That's for the Braves fans that kept on saying they're going to win the division. They're going to win the NL East. They're going to pass the Mets. We're coming for them, according to Austin Riley. And they came 6.5 games out of first place. I'm sorry. It's not about respecting the Atlanta Braves. You give the respect because they're world champions. But let's be honest. What pressure did they really have in the NL East last year after DeGrom went down for the Mets last year? The Mets had one of the worst offenses last year in Major League Baseball, even after they got Javier Baez. So the Braves didn't really have no competition. They made the most moves. They basically glided their way to an NL East championship because there was no competition. And they got hot at the right time. Not taking anything away from them, but when you get a division where every team was basically terrible after the All-Star break, it's just that simple. And When we went to Atlanta, everybody was like, uh-oh, that's it. Atlanta's going to take over the NL East. Mets took 2 out of 3. Uh-oh, Braves are coming to town. 5-game series. Mets are up 3.5 games. Braves are going to take advantage. The Braves can beat everybody else, but they cannot beat the New York Mets. Until they realize that, and Braves fans on Twitter realize that, and Sports Talk ATL on Twitter, I had it out with him or her or whoever it was running that app or that Twitter account. I had it out with him. As long as Salakala WFN going after the radio guys in Atlanta, the afternoon radio guys in Atlanta, you heard from Strider. You heard it from other Braves during the last couple of weeks. Austin Riley, extremely cocky, saying we're coming for them. And then yesterday, Strider saying the Mets got lucky with their hits, complaining about the umpire like the Mets weren't pitching to the same umpire. And on top of that, Strider also says, oh, we'll see you in October. They got lucky. Why is it okay if a Mets fan, if a Mets player would have said that when the Braves were kicking our ass, it would have been all over the front page. They would have got killed. And look, if it was a guy like Austin Riley, if it was a guy like Eddie Rosario, Ronald Acuna, Ozzie Albies, name your Brave that was on the Braves last year, I would have said, all right, you know what? They have some respect saying that. The reason why is because they were in the World Series. They won a championship. But Strider is a rookie. He wasn't on that team last year. So where is that confidence coming from? Where is that cocky attitude, that saltiness that you shouldn't have? At least Austin Riley has something to stand on. He has a World Series championship. So him saying we're coming to get you, yeah, that's gonna be a quote that we're gonna use probably until we win the division. And when we win the division, it's probably gonna pop out some more. But Strider, with his 80s porn mustache, was like, it acted like, why in the hell are you gonna say something like that when you're a rookie, number one? You have no leg to stand on because you're not a champion because you weren't on that team last year. And just so you know, the last time I checked, every time the Braves had a chance to pass the Mets in the NL East, they failed. They completely failed. And the bigger problem that I have when it comes to the Braves is that if they don't want to continue to show respect to a team that is better than them, I don't care what you see on paper. Yes, the Braves might have a better bullpen. Yes, the lineup is probably better than the Mets on paper. But your rotation is not that good. Every time Strider, who is supposed to be one of the best rookies in baseball, every time he faces the Mets, he's out by the 4th inning. The Mets continue to – they don't completely beat up the Braves pitching, but they work them to get out of the innings. Like, when was the last time a Braves pitcher against the Mets went past 5 innings? It hasn't really happened much, if at all. So, until we get the respect, the next time we face him, I believe we face him in about around the same time we face the Yankees in Atlanta. You know what? Step on their throats. We got 52 games to go starting from today. This is game 110 of the season. We got 52 games left with a 6.5 game lead. The Mets can go 500. They can go 25-25, have what? Let's see, 95, 96 wins, which I think they'll have a lot more than that. I'll say around the 100, 101 wins. But even if they win 95 games, the Braves have to play unreasonably well, and the Mets have to play under 500 baseball for them to probably catch them in the division. And the Mets are in a prime spot. They got the Reds. And I saw some of you guys with the comments saying that the Mets are going to beat up on the Reds. Be careful with that. I know they traded Drury. I know they traded Castillo. Their pitching's up, but you got to remember, there's a lot of young, hungry guys on that team, and there's a lot of good young players on the Reds. So be careful what you wish for. I know you got Bassett going in game 1. I get it. But I know this Mets team is not like old Mets teams, but you've seen the best teams play down to their competition after the emotional series that they just had with the Braves. And not too long before that, they had an emotional series with the Yankees. So before we go crazy and before we think we're going to sweep the Reds, be careful because they got a lot of good young players. And just because the Mets have been playing pretty well, doesn't mean they can't have a letdown series. I don't think they will because we got Showalter at the helm, but even the best teams sometimes have letdowns. Not saying they are. And agree, Ken, they're not the Royals. The Reds do have a lot of young players and the Red system is pretty damn good as well. So be careful what you wish for, all right? This can be an easy 2 out of 3 for the Reds. Like, it could be that way. So we got to play our game. I think if we play our game and pitch well, we should win the series. At least take 2 out of 3 at the very little. But if we play our game and pitch well, we can sweep. But we can't just, show up because the Reds are one of the worst teams in baseball and we're just going to win. It doesn't work like that. It's baseball. This is not football when you have a really bad team facing a good team and there's probably no chance. It's not even hockey for that matter. It's not even basketball for that matter. When there's a bad team facing a good team, usually 9 out of 10 times, a good team always beats the bad team. In baseball, 162-game season, anything can happen. So just be careful what you wish for before we get started with everything else. So let's talk about the series as a whole. I went to Friday night's game and I went to both games on Saturday. Let me tell you something, and they're showing Spencer Strider right now with his porn mustache. Let's listen in.
It's great. It's August. See what things are like in October.
Yeah. That's Salicata. All right. So I was at Friday's game. Listen, the reason why I thought the Mets were going to take the next 3 games after Friday was the fact that they were down 8 runs in the first 2 innings. I was there just in Blackout Friday, just like, really? This is what you're going to do? Walker didn't have it. And I'm like, God damn it. Like, I was pissed off. Not that they were losing 8-0. It was just the fact that I couldn't even get comfortable in my seat and we're down 8 runs. But once again, the starter couldn't go 5 innings. The Mets rallied back. I know they didn't win the game, but them rallying back meant so much more about that game and told you that the Mets are serious contenders for a World Series. Only because the Braves, as good as everybody wants them to be and claims them they can be, their starters are not that good. I'm sorry, they're not. When they get under pressure and they face a team like the Mets who can work the count and get a pitcher frustrated, they can't get out of their own way. And that's the one thing that I love about this team, even when they were playing really bad and the offense wasn't clicking on all cylinders, they still found a way to work the pitch count and get starters out at the right time. Just because they didn't win all those games doesn't mean they weren't battling at the plate. And I said this in the chat, if you missed it when I said it before I came live, the best thing about this Mets team, and I can kill Epler in many ways, and it's not always, look, the Braves didn't go out last year and get those big power bats that they probably needed in this lineup to help them out to make that World Series run. But you know what they did do? They acquired 3 outfielders that were the right guys at the right time. It does not have to be, as much as we might have wanted Contreras or Drury or any power bat that we were talking about for the last 3 months. It's possible that the right guys and the right bats at the right time could make the difference like it made the difference last year for the Braves. Because Eddie Rosario ain't the greatest player. Adam Duvall is not the greatest player. Jorge Soler was not even a great player, but he was the World Series MVP. Ruff and Vogelback, and even Naquin, every one of them contributed in that series against the Braves. Vogelback, since the day he put that Met jersey on, has performed. And it doesn't always have to be, and I'm not going to lie to you guys, you know this, I wanted the big bat. But sometimes it's not always about the big bat, it's about the right bat or the right players bringing in. Now, granted, I still believe we still needed another big arm in this bullpen. I think we should have at least got a lefty at the very least. I'm not mad about the Givens trade. That can work out very well. He pitched well for the most part so far. Had a couple of shaky outings, but pitched well for the most part. I still think we could have used like an Andrew Chafin or just another lefty, a solid lefty in the bullpen. Peterson could be that guy in the future, and Joey Lucchesi is a possibility in September. He might be that guy as well. He pitched out of the bullpen before he got hurt, and I could expect that. So we do have options from the left-hander side to actually help us out. So the bigger thing is the fact that I wasn't the only one. You guys were on here all day with me during the last 2 days of the trade deadline. And I said this, the Mets needed to get a big bat. But maybe it wasn't about needing that right bat. Maybe it was just a combination of really good bats that you can platoon at any moment of any time in a game. If there's a righty on the mound, Vogelback's going to start. They bring in a lefty, Ruff's going to pinch hit. And Naquin has been getting a lot more starts than Mark Cannon, if you guys haven't noticed. Tyler Naquin, I think people forget for the Indians, was a really good player. His first year had a great year, but he had a ton of injuries. If he's healthy, he is a very good player and a guy that can start on many teams if he stays healthy. So Naquin, I think, is kind of like that smoking gun in the corner that's supposed to be that I think is going to be probably the biggest acquisition out of all the bats they got. But let's be honest. You see Vogelback first to home. I mean, he's a big boy, but he got some speed. Ruff with that 2 RBI double in the game on Friday to bring us back closer to 8-5. When Ruff hit that double to right center and the right field when Acuna missed it or couldn't get to it, I couldn't believe it. I thought this team was going to win and come back and win that ball game, and we would have probably swept them. And then you see what Naquin can do as well. It's just the combination. It could be the combination of bats. Now, just think, it's very similar to what the Braves did last year, right? They didn't really need much. They had a really good bullpen. Their lineup was somewhat set, except when Acuna went down, they had no outfield. So what did they do? They got 3 bats, not great bats, but quality bats who can play the outfield. And this is similar to what the Mets did. They needed a position that was of need, and that was the DH. The DH is a position now. And guess what? What do? They got 2 guys who are platooning at the DH. Remember, Vogelback and Ruff was supposed to be the Dom and Davis combination, right? In a week and a half, about 2 weeks, Vogelback and Ruff combined has done more in 2 weeks than Dom and Davis has done the entire year, probably including some of last year. So it continues to be, what if the Mets made the quality moves that they needed to do and not the actual perfect move? Because you don't need a perfect move as much as most of us wanted it, the perfect move. But it looks like what the Braves did last year at the trade deadline, similar to what the Mets did this year. The Braves didn't give a ton of prospects for those 3 guys. They got those bats that basically helped them win a World Series. Now, I'm not saying Ruff, Vogelback, and Naquin are going to be the guys that are going to take us to the promised land, but it's very similar. The Mets got 3 guys for a position of need, and Naquin could play all over the outfield. Is a platoon guy that can give guys days off, who's a good hitter, and Vogelback crushes righties, Ruff crushes lefties. So it might just be that's what they needed. And again, honestly, I wasn't very happy what Epler did. I was a little upset about it. I did like the moves. Like, I wasn't mad. I was a little upset about Ruff because at the time it was like, all right, did you really have to give that much for Ruff? All right, whatever. I'm not talking about Davis. I'm talking about you got to give a couple of prospects plus Davis. For Ruff, you could have used probably for David Robinson or maybe a lefty as well, but it's beside the point. Ruff already contributed, Vogelback already contributed, and Naquin already contributed. And they were big parts of the Braves series. And these are guys that don't care about the spotlight. You already know. Ruff played with the Giants when they had that big year last year. These are guys that has been in the mix and that are not afraid of the moment. It's clear that the way they played it in the Braves series. So with that said, with all those games, dominant pitching performance Saturday for Scherzer, I mean, he was dominant. David Peterson pitched well in the Dave game. And then Jacob deGrom. What can you say about Jacob deGrom? 5 2/3 perfect innings until he gave up that two-run home run to Swanson. He's just outstanding. If deGrom is healthy with Scherzer, this team is very hard to beat. And it's just that simple. Look what happens when you give run support to Jacob deGrom. You're not beating them. It's just that simple. And when you have a 1-2 punch like deGrom and Scherzer, if they can remain healthy, and that's why it's very important this last month of August and parts of September to increase this lead to 9, 10, 11 games. The reason why is because maybe we can skip a Scherzer start. Maybe we can skip a deGrom start. Give them rest because you want these guys healthy for October. That's why it's very important to get a big enough lead where you can spare a game and say, all right, let's not pitch deGrom tonight. Let's do a bullpen game, or let's throw out, I don't know, Trevor Williams for that game. Just so you can get these guys rested. Obviously you want to stretch out deGrom a little bit more, but maybe skip a Scherzer start if you're 10 games up, 11 games up. You got 52 games to play. You can play around with a game or two when you're up by 10 or 11 games. Not saying giving away game, but give Scherzer a break here. Maybe even Carrasco, who hasn't pitched a full season in a couple of years. Give Carrasco a break. Bring up David Peterson. Let him throw a game. Very simple. Continue to win. Continue to play well. Increase your lead against the Braves. The Braves play the Red Sox. Who knows what's going to happen in that series? But the Mets are in the driver's seat. I guarantee you, if I put a poll up there before the Braves series, most people thought the Braves are going to win 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 5. I mean, Met fans weren't very confident going into that series, and the Braves were extremely confident, especially the Brave fans were very confident going into that series. So, with that said, on Sunday, Jacob deGrom, 12 strikeouts, 5 2/3 perfect innings, gave up that home run to Swanson, could have finished the inning, but it is what it is. He was still great. Just left that one ball over the plate that Swanson hit to the opposite field. That happens to the best of them. Not worried about that. Just a dominant performance. Great Met fans, as we are. Met fans gave a standing ovation throughout the entire time Jacob deGrom took the mound, warming up to pitch the game, all the way through warm-ups until the game started, until the first strike. A standing ovation throughout that whole thing. I mean, it was just, everything worked out perfectly. The Diaz coming in, the trumpet sounding. I think everybody who's on Twitter or Facebook, everybody saw the video of the camera guy behind Diaz and the song coming out and the roar of the fans. It's a different team. It really is. And if you were to give me truth serum in the beginning of the year, there was no possible way I thought Diaz would ever be this good. I think, I thought he would be okay, getting a little bit more confidence here and there. But I mean, this is historic. It really is. Like, what can I say? It's like he struck out more than 60% of the batters he faced. That's insane how good he is. And Boomer Esiason on WFAN said he is the modern day Mariano Rivera. Not over longevity, but as dominant as he's been, he is Mariano Rivera of this time. Right now. Again, you're nowhere near the pedestal of Mariano Rivera until you do it in the playoffs. But man, is he damn good. He's the best closer in the game. When you got the two best starters in baseball, and Max Scherzer and Jacob deGrom could remain healthy, and on the back end you got the best closer in the game, that's a recipe for success. Because we all know pitching wins championships. And as good as the Braves were last year in the playoffs, with their offense, their pitching was the reason why that team won. And with the Mets, it's not even the fact that just Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer. It's more of the fact that there's a possibility that Carlos Carrasco and David Peterson or Taijuan Walker, two of those guys can go into the bullpen in the playoffs. Like, that's how crazy they have been. And it's absolutely amazing that 1 through 5, look, the Mets' fifth starter, whoever you want the fifth starter to be, at the moment, it's probably David Peterson or Carlos Carrasco. Let's say Carlos Carrasco is our fifth starter, right? If everybody's healthy. Carlos Carrasco is your fifth starter. Put him on the Yankees, he'll probably be a number 3, possibly a number 2, considering the fact Cole is garbage and Montas decided to blow up in his first start against the Cardinals. Like, that's how good. You can put Carrasco on most rotations, and he'll probably be 2 or 3 in most rotations. That's how good the Mets rotation is. And I don't think a lot of people around baseball are not giving the Mets enough credit. And you know what? Don't give us credit. We don't want it. Because as much as they can bash us, just like the Braves did, just like the Braves media has, and even the Phillies for a little while did it as well when they were, playing well and thought they were going to catch everybody, they still don't give us credit. And you know what? I don't want credit. You know what? Take us for granted. Because when we punch you in the mouth and knock your ass out, all you're going to say is what Strider said yesterday. Oh, we'll see you in October. Lucky. No, shut up. All right? That's it. So, with that said, the Mets have a 3-game series against the Cincinnati Reds. Obviously, a bad team, but also a team that got a lot of young, good players. You got to be careful. You don't want to play down to your competition, and they might slap you around for two out of the 3 games and take advantage of it. And it's just that simple. And once again, no matter what your opinions are about what Epler did or did not do at the deadline, again, I still think we could have used another arm in that bullpen, righty or lefty. I would have went more lefty. But again, I think Epler's really counting on David Peterson and Tyler McGill being a part of this bullpen. And if McGill can remain healthy, he's a big, big arm in that bullpen. Like, he can be that shutdown 8th inning guy to hand it off to Diaz. But let's be honest. This team has the second best record in baseball now, a half a game behind the Astros, tied with the New York Yankees. Now, granted, the Yankees have played terrible, and the Mets played pretty damn good. No problem. So, we shall see. But at the end of the day, the Mets are very good. The Mets are playing well. And every time we thought the Mets were going to get thrown off the NL East throne, they come right back and show, haha, no, we're not. And that's exactly the type of team that we all wanted. We wanted a team to never give up. The Mets could have easily on Friday just gave up in that ball game. 8 runs after the second inning was like, all right, Walker doesn't have it. We're going to have to use our bullpen, and it's going to be a disaster in that game. But the Mets fought back. There was a chance in that moment when Ruff hit that double and made it 8-5. I thought the Mets were going to win this ball game. But because even though they didn't, Mets fans are still very excited that this team fought back. And I think gave us confidence, including the team confidence, to come out the next 3 games and win. Like, that's why it's so important to never give up in a game, because it can always, that confidence of trying to come back in a ball game could spill over until the next couple of games, and because that's the way baseball works. You know how you always say, your momentum is the next day's starting pitcher. I truly believe that, but if the Mets would have never even scored any runs in that game and the Braves would have won 9-0, well, maybe it wouldn't have gave any momentum into that next couple of games. We don't know that, obviously. But, man, it was fun. Met fans doing the Tomahawk Chop chant. We did it on Saturday. Did it on Sunday. I did it starting the stream. It's not about being cocky about this Mets team, because no Mets fan should be cocky because of the fact of our history and the fact that the Mets have won nothing yet. They haven't won an NL East yet. They haven't won a pennant yet. They haven't won a World Series yet this year. But you as a Mets fan who doesn't get a lot of these seasons to enjoy, you can be confident. Confident and cocky are 2 different things. The Braves are cocky. They're not confident. They're cocky. How can you be confident when the team you're trying to catch basically bitch slapped you all over the field in a 5-game series? That's cockiness. Look, why is Strider so cocky and salty with his comments? Because the guys who actually won a World Series on the Braves act like that, and now these rookies think they can act like that as well. The Will Harrises of the world, the Striders of the world. They're acting all cocky because they see it from the guys who've been there and done that and won. There's no need to be cocky when you're a rookie. There's no need for that. But you can be confident, and you can have a comment saying, I know we're still a good team. They got the best of us in this series. We still got we got 2 more series with them. And we still got 50-plus games to go. He could have said that, and everybody would have been fine with it. But because you're in a cocky asshole and act like you're in first place and act like the Mets didn't deserve to be in first place and deserve to win those games, it just shows that you're salty and that you're not giving us credit. And keep on doing that. Because you know what? When the Phillies catch your ass and now you're the 3rd wild card team and might lose a wild card and not even make the playoffs, well then what are you going to say then? Go Georgia Bulldogs? Because that's all you're going to be rooting for. It's not Met fans being cocky. I want people to get that straight. Because people on Twitter, even Yankee fans, were like, oh, look at the Met fans being cocky. We're not being cocky. We're allowed to be confident in a team that we know are good. I can't apologize that the Yankees rotation is garbage. And they haven't played well. And when they finally face good teams, and look, when they face the National League team, what happens? Because the National League is so much better than the American League. There's 2 really good teams in the American League. That's the Yankees and the Astros. Everybody else sucks. You can have 7, 8, possibly 9 teams that are really good, and 3 of them are probably not even going to make the playoffs. Just that simple. So the Yankee fans who loved every move they did with the Benintendi, the 2 relievers, and getting Frankie Montas, I thought it was solid pickups. But they forget that Cole is not an ace. He's the ace of the Yankees because, well, you're paying him $35 million a year. Cortez came back down to earth. He's still good, but he came back down to earth. If you thought that Tyone was going to be good for the rest of the season when his career stats show you he's not, well, Yankee fans are delusional. The same thing when it comes to Severino, who's hurt right now. We don't even know if he's going to be healthy. He's a guy, every time he had a start in the postseason, except for one, he's been terrible. He's been small in postseason appearances. And then on top of that, they got Clay Holmes, who never pitched great in his life. The Mets put him in a rotation in a closer spot, which he's never done before. And he pitched well because of the fact that, well, when he throws so hard and he had every pitch working for him, and teams haven't only had to see him for 1 inning, well, it's hard to hit him. But guess what? He came back down to his original numbers. Well, that's what happens, guys. When you play over your baseball card 9 out of 10 times, you're going to go back to what you always been. It's just that simple. Let me get the porn bot, probably a Yankees fan. So it's 6:30. We got a half hour until game time. So you know what we do here. If it's your first time here, don't forget to please say what up in the comments. And I always give everybody a shout out, which I'm going to be doing in just a second. So once again, guys, don't forget, if you're here right now, please hit on that like button. Let's get the stream out to more people, more Mets fans for the Mets versus Reds, the final series at home in this homestand against the Reds. Again, I'll be happy with 2 out of 3. I'll be ecstatic for 3 out of 3. So with that said, guys, it's 6:30, half hour until game time. Put all your comments, your questions, your concerns. Now I'm going to say what up to everybody in the chat and then look at some of the comments. And as always, go through the pitching matchup and, of course, the lineups for the Mets and the Reds. So we got Lane, we got Ken, we got Hayden, we got 21 Stories, we got Alien, we got Michael. Who else we got here? I know we're showing a lot of people. Hold on. We got Robert. We got Sean, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. What's up, buddy? We got Ryan. We got Ethan. I like the picture, by the way. Are you kidding me? What's up? Who else we got here? Joe, what's up, buddy? End the lockout. Collins. Got New York Committee. Got Subaru. We got Danny. We got Ryan. We got South Park. Keith. Roberto, a member of Talking Master Rob. We got who else? James. We got Texas Liberty. We got Hebrew. What's up, Hebrew? What's up? How you doing, buddy? Todd. We got Inebriated. We got James. Who else we got? We got Stevie. We got Jose. We got Gary. And Irresistible Chicken. What's up? Boogie Woogie. I like that. And I think I saw it. That was it. All right, guys. So that is it right now. We got 90 in the stream right now. Once again, welcome to Mets pregame live. Mets versus Reds on this Monday night. Hopefully everybody sticks around and hangs out with me. If it's your first time here, please say what's up and tell me where you're from. So I have an idea of where you're from, and I want to thank you for being a new subscriber. Chandler, how you doing? So with that said, guys, let's get started on what is the most important thing for the Mets with the last 52 games of the season. Tonight's game, 110 of the season, 52 games to go with a 6.5 game lead. Mets play 500. 26 and 25. I think that's the right math, right? 27 and 25. You get the point. If you play around 500, we're around 95, 96 wins, right? I think we're pretty sure that if we go, even if we play 5 games over 500, we have 100 wins. That's how good this team has been. So I think the Mets magic number is 98 wins. If we get the 98 wins, I think the Mets are going to win this division. And that's only playing 2 games over 500 the rest of the way. And I think they'll probably play better than that because their schedule is very easy the rest of the way besides 2 more Brave series and the Yankees. Everybody, it's really a very easy schedule. Not that that means anything, but still. At the end of the day, the Mets play 2 games over 500. We have 97, 98 wins. I think 98 wins is going to get us the NL East. But again, increasing that lead is extremely important for this team because then they can give Carrasco and skip his start. Because, he's up there in age, hasn't pitched a full season in a couple of years. Same thing with Scherzer. You want to keep him healthy, maybe skip a start. You got to stretch out DeGrom a little bit. But once he gets stretched out to 90, 95 pitches, when you get to September and he's still got maybe a 10, 11 game lead, sit him a day, rest him. Why go overboard, right? Give a rest to Bassett one start if you can do that. A 6.5 game lead is nice, but it's not enough. The Braves can win 5 in a row, and the Mets can, lose 3 in a row, 4 in a row, and then we're back to square one again. All right, Gary. I hope you're waving your Mets flag in Florida. Not high and proud. So yeah, exactly. That's all the Mets have to do. Play good baseball, and you're going to win ball games. It's just that simple. If they play Mets baseball in 2022, pretty good chance you're going to win a lot of games. Again, 2 games over 500 the rest of the way, the Mets are going to win 96, 97 games. Around that, 96, 97, 98 games. Mets play 5 games over 500, we're talking about 100 wins. And I think 98 is going to get the NL East. Probably a little less. So, I'm hoping the Mets can continue their progress and continue to get better. And what Vogelback, Nate Quinn, and Ruff has bring to this team within the last week and a half, 2 weeks, has been more than probably anybody expected. And again, like I said earlier, as much as people wanted big bats, including myself, maybe Epler got the right bats, not exactly the big bats, but the right bats at the right time, the right players at the right time. That's the way I see it. But you know what? That's why we're fans. Maybe we just don't know everything. Maybe Epler has the pulse of this team and think that's what he needed. And if that's the case, who am I to tell him anything? Again, the reason why I was so pissed off because Epler has proven nothing. He failed as the GM of the Angels. When you got a lot of money, you can get a guy like Max Scherzer. So I'm not giving him all the credit because we heard while Max Scherzer was not really wanting to come to the Mets, Steve Cohen stepped in and talk to Max Scherzer and put that big contract on the table. So that wasn't necessarily Epler's doing. But Epler made a lot of good signings with Marte, Kana, Escobar, guys like that. And I got to give him credit for that. But again, we can't judge him on this trade. Look, we graded the Epler trade deadline when it all happened. And a lot of people gave like a C minus, C plus. Some gave a D. But you can't really judge or grade him on this trade deadline until you see what they do the rest of the year into the playoffs. Because if the three guys he acquired, the bats that he acquired, don't play well the rest of the year and don't play well in the playoffs, well, it was a bad trade deadline. But right now, it might be the right guys at the right time, the right bats at the right time. Again, I still believe he should have got one more player on bullpen arm, righty or lefty. We could talk who is that could have been, Chafin, Robinson, whoever. But, or Fulmer, or whoever else you want to talk about. But that doesn't mean that Peterson or McGill or even Luke Casey, if he comes back in September, might be the right guys as well. If McGill is healthy, and I think he's that guy that has that mentality, and we saw it on the mound as a starter. He's very poised. He's passionate, but he's poised on the mound. He's not afraid of the big spot. You know, when Scherzer couldn't pitch on opening day, who did they call on? McGill, and he handled it with flying colors. Just that simple. I think McGill's primed for that 8th inning role, in my opinion. Just give me a second, guys. Sorry about that. I just had to close something really quick. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I just have to fix something. All right, cool. Sorry about that. All right. So I think McGill got the perfect demeanor to be that 7th and 8th inning guy if we really need him. Again, I'm not a big fan of Trevor May. I think he's a home run waiting to happen because that's what he was last year. And maybe he was hurt last year and pitching through an injury. I don't know. According to him, he was pitching with that injury for a while. How long? Who knows? But if he's healthy and he can pitch well, we got our 8th inning guy. It's just that simple. So with that said, guys, I'm going to run through the comments really quickly because we got about 20 minutes left. I want to get to the lineups and the pitching matchups and talk about that a little bit. Pitching, the lineups have been very similar over the last week because, well, why change it up? You know, making changes with, you know, Vogelback or Ruff or Naquin, who's been getting a lot of time in left field, which I like. No, Michael, I agree. He has a straight 97 miles of fastball, but the bigger key when it comes to Trevor May is that if he can get a breaking ball on off-speed pitch working with that fastball, it doesn't matter if it's a straight fastball. If he locates his fastball and throws his breaking ball or his off-speed pitches for strikes and get them fishing, that fastball is going to be a lot harder to hit. It's not about the straight fastball. The problem with May, I think he was actually injured. And look, when you have a shoulder injury and you don't really know what the issue is, your slider, your changeup, your off-speed breaking ball pitches are not going to be as sharp. So that fastball is the only thing that probably didn't hurt his arm or feel painful when he threw. So I think May, if he's healthy, I think he could be he was a good pitcher for the Twins. So there's no doubt about that. Again, we got to root for the jersey right now. Whoever's in the bullpen, let's hope. Look, ever since Lugo pitched in that Yankee game and pitched well, he's been good ever since. So maybe Lugo has found what he was missing in the first half. But, man, Lugo has been good. You know, as much as we talk about Ottavino, I believe he's gave up 2 runs in the last couple of months. He's been very good. Again, I still don't trust Ottavino. You know, I've seen him in big spots with the Red Sox and the Yankees. Didn't pitch well. So, but again, that doesn't mean nothing. It's what he do this year. So, Michelle Margot is the one on the field today. Very pretty girl. All right. So, with the bullpen, if you get Trevor May back and he pitches to what we thought we were going to get when he was with Twin, and Lugo is back to the Lugo that we know, and even if Givens pitches good, and, you know, if Drew Smith comes back and pitches well, this bullpen can look a lot better. Again, I'm not a big fan of Joely Rodriguez, even though people killed him for a couple of months, and he was pretty good for us, except, you know, the last month or so where he struggled. But he pitched well yesterday and basically saved the bullpen and basically saved the Braves from coming back. So that was a good performance by Rodriguez. Hopefully, that's a confidence builder and gets him going again. But I'd really like another lefty. Honestly, I really would. My God, I really would. So, but hey, what can we do, right? All we can do is root for the jersey now because guess what? Nobody else is coming. And just a little bit of minor league news. Our number 2 prospect, Brett Beatty, has been promoted to AAA. Finally, I'm a little shocked that they promoted him to AAA because Vientos is getting a lot of playing time at third base, and I think that's why they took so long to promote him. Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe they actually might bring up Vientos, knowing that Beatty's probably going to start over Vientos. Yeah, he could DH and play some first base and left field and stuff like that, but maybe the Mets are thinking about bringing Vientos up. I mean, never hurts to have another bat, right? I mean, who would you take off this team at the moment? I don't know. But at the moment, I don't want to mess with the chemistry. They've been so good. Sorry, just checking something. Give me 1 second. I don't know. I just got like 30 messages like out of nowhere. Jeez. Hold on. Sorry, Twitter's been going crazy on me. You know, especially the Brave fans. Alvaro, what's up, buddy? All right, guys. So I'm going to share my screen, go over the lineup and the pitching matchup. So here we are. Obviously, the pitcher list, Justin Dunn. Obviously, former Mets prospect, pitching against the Mets. He did have his moments with Seattle until they traded him for Luis Castillo in a big package deal going back to the Reds against Chris Bassett, who's been very good over his last couple of starts. I think Bassett's going to have a good game today. But again, be careful with this Cincinnati Reds team because they are a young team, but they got some good players on that team. All right, so with the Mets, you're going to see a very similar lineup of the last couple of days. So here we go. Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. And when I go over the lineup, I want to say something about the lineup, about the top 4. Starlin Marte, right field, batting second. Francisco Lindor, shortstop, batting third. Pete Alonso cleaning up, playing first base. Daniel Vogelbach, DHing, who hits his home runs in bunches just like he eats his donuts, batting fifth. Jeff McNeil batting 6th, playing second base. Tyler Naquin batting 7th, playing left field. Eduardo Escobar batting 8th, third base. And James McCann getting a start catching, batting 9th. The reason why James McCann is catching is because I think Bassett is extremely comfortable pitching to James McCann. And if James McCann is catching only twice a week, listen, I like Nito. I said this from day one. I'd rather have Nito over McCann any day of the week. He's just as good as James McCann behind the plate defensively. And I trust Nito with the bat more than I do James McCann. I mean, that suicide squeeze just the other day against the Braves was beautiful. Nobody expected that. So that is your lineup for the New York Mets. And I want to get to the top 4 in the lineup. I think it's so important. And you look at across town with the Yankees who can't keep the same top 4 or the same lineup every day. I know that analytics lineups change, but every day the Yankees have a different top 4. Every day, most teams, even the Braves, and I think that's why their success is also another so good as well, is because they don't change their top 4 guys very often. You know, obviously with injuries or days off, fine. But I think really good teams, if you look at their lineups, their top 4 guys are usually the same top 4 guys almost every day. And I think it's so important that Nimmo, Marte, Lindor, and Alonso have been so good because of that consistency. And I think that's so important for really good teams. With that said, guys, let's look at the Reds lineup. We got Jonathan India playing second base, leading off. Nick Senzel, center field, batting second. Mike Moustakas, third base, batting third. Joey Votto cleaning up, playing first base. Donovan Solano, DH and batting fifth. Jake Fraley, left field, batting sixth. Aristides Aquino, right field, batting seventh. Jose Berrio, shortstop, batting eighth. And Michael Papirski, catching, batting ninth. That is your lineup for the Cincinnati Reds going up against Chris Bassett of the New York Mets. So that is your lineups for the teams and the pitching matchup. So with that said, that is the big reason why I think this lineup has been so good, is the fact that the consistency of a lineup I think is so important. When you go to the ballpark as a player, I know you're a professional ball player. It shouldn't matter, but it matters. When you go into the ballpark every day, if you're Brandon Nimmo, you know 9 out of 10 days you're going to be the leadoff man. Marte, you know you're batting second every day. Lindor, you know you're batting third every day. Alonso, you know you're batting fourth every day. Once you get to the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th spot, you can mess around with that. Lately it's been rough. Vogelback behind Pete Alonso, which is just perfect. And I like it. But when you get to 7th, 8th, and 9th, you can play with that a little bit. Escobar struggles against righties. So you're going to put him in the 8th spot. Fine. I don't care about that. Nate Quinn's batting 7th. He's been good for us. 9th is your catcher, James McCann, your worst hitter. So, again, you can play with that. So, I'm not too worried about that. But consistency at the 4 top spots in the lineup, I think is so important. And I think analytics have killed that. Look, Aaron Judge have 43 home runs. I don't know how many RBIs he has, but I guarantee if he was batting 3rd or 4th in the Yankees lineup, he'll probably have about 25 to 26 more RBIs. And because he's batting second almost every single day, which is all analytically driven, and you saw that with Luis Rojas last year with the Mets. How many times did Alonso bat second almost every day? It's stupid. Your power hitter who can drive in the most runs shouldn't be batting second. Your second hitter is your table setter. The guy who can butt the guy over, hit the ball the other way if the guy's on first, take a couple of pitches, making the leadoff guy who got on steal a base. A guy who can maybe put down a bunt, hit the ball the other way, drive the ball. A guy that can put the bat on the ball. Marte has that guy. He's batting near 300. I think he's actually batting 300 now. It's just that simple. Very simple. Rob, do you think they will juice the balls in the playoffs? Honestly, no. Look, when was the last time you heard a pitcher talk about the slickness of the baseball? You know why? Because it got warm. You know what that's called? Baseball. When it's cold out, you're not going to have a feel for a ball. The ball's going to get slick. But you haven't heard a pitcher talk about the ball is terrible, right? You know why? Because when it gets warm, the ball gets sticky. It's common sense. They're not going to juice the ball. There's been a lot more offense in this league over the last couple of months when the weather got warmer across the league, across the country. It's very simple. Very simple. Well, the reason why Nito's not pitching Hebrew is because Chris Bassett, I think, is very comfortable pitching to James McCann. Before James McCann got hurt, Bassett was excellent for the Mets. I think keeping James McCann with Bassett, I think it's a good idea. Again, we don't need this is what I don't. You got to understand. The reason why we were so focused on getting Wilson Contreras and everybody was complaining about the offense from the catching position because Dominic Smith, J.D. Davis, Escobar weren't hitting. Now you got guys at the DH spot who can hit. Now you have Escobar playing a little bit better offensively, and you got Guillorme, who's been very good with the bat this year. So when you got other guys in other positions that you finally get offense from, the offensive part of the catcher's job is not that worrisome anymore because you got other guys in the lineup that are finally actually hitting. Don't worry about the offense of James McCann. James McCann's very good defensively. Bassett's best numbers, look at the numbers. Look at the splits with Mazika and Nito with Bassett, and then look at James McCann with Bassett. It's nearly a run ERA difference. That's why he's pitching to McCann. McCann is irrelevant in this lineup. Maybe he'll lean into one and hit a home run. But his offense is non-existent, and I don't care about his offense. Catch the ball, help bats to pitch well, and that's all I care about. That's why I'm not going to question Buck. I'm not. He knows what he's doing. He got the pulse of this team. We have to look beyond that when it comes to that. Nito has been much better than I ever thought, but I always thought Nito should have started over James McCann. That was just my honest opinion because I think Nito has a better bat than James McCann, and he's more productive. Look at Nito's numbers with runners in scoring position. They have been very good. He's batting over 300 runners in scoring position. He's been very good with RISP. So we got about 10 minutes, 15 minutes until game time. So get all your questions in now. Ruben, how you doing? A member of Talking Mets at Rob. Obviously, if you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat. Give you a shout out. If you're your first time here, what I do here on a live stream during a Mets game, I set up a nicer background, like I have something like this now, with a setup with my picture, with my video in the corner of your screen, and game day on the big part of the screen, along with the TV call of whatever the Mets is on, SNY, ESPN, Pix 11, Fox, whatever. I give you the sound of the game from the broadcast, along where you can follow game day. So why I like to do this is because not everybody is just watching the stream. Some people might be working. Some people might be doing something at home. Some people might be laying in their bed just listening to the stream. At least you can listen to the game. And if you're not a big radio person, you like to listen to Gary, Keith, and Ron, or a combination of them, you have the opportunity to do so if you're not in the New York area and you can't get SNY. And that's what I like to bring in. I think that's the big reason why a lot of people like this channel, is because I get multiple options when you stream the channel, right? If you love watching the stream, you can see my instant reactions. You can see my analysis or my thoughts about every inning during half innings when it's into commercial. I talk about the inning. I give a lot of options during the stream. If you want to watch the stream, listen to the stream, check it out every now and then. That's why I think this channel has been blowing up over the last year, is because I like to give people options, and I think that's what people like. And a lot of you have been coming back over and over again, and I do appreciate that. So with that said, new subscribers, welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't be shy. Say what's up. I'll give you a shout out. Steve Feldlit. I'm sorry if I say it wrong. Are they naming Nimmo captain? No. If they're ever going to name a captain, it's probably going to be Alonso. It's not going to be Nimmo. Nimmo's a good guy. Nimmo's a spark plug of this team, but he's not a captain. Alrighty. So we got about 10 minutes until game time. So let's see what else we can talk about. All right, so we're just continuing to talk. The Mets got 52 games. Game 110 is tonight. 6.5 game lead on the NL East. 7 in the loss column. Devin, thank you. See, look, I don't care what type of fan you are. Yankees, Phillies, Phillies fan, whatever. When you're a realistic baseball fan and you obviously understand what is going on, like, you can't be a Phillies fan and not give credit to how good the Mets are. The same reason where I haven't killed the Phillies over the last month and a half, because they've played better. But, I'm not going to say, the Phillies are going to win the division. I think the Phillies are going to make the playoffs, and I actually think you're going to catch the Braves. But you see right there when it comes to Devin, right? What did he say? Strider is a clown. Look, not giving credit to a team when they basically knocked your ass all over the field is embarrassing. It really is. You can give credit to a team and still have confidence in your overall team. Like I said, Strider could have said they got our number in this series. They played well. They took advantage of our mistakes, but I still think we're a very good team, and we still got a chance to catch them if we play well. He could have said that, and that would have been a great comment from him. But he's a rookie who's won nothing as a Brave. It wasn't even a Brave who won the championship. He wasn't even on the team. So being a rookie and being that cocky is just a joke, and he is a clown, Devin. And thank you as a Philly fan. Even though, I don't want the Phillies to do good, but listen, Phillies have been playing well. Listen, catch the Braves, please. Let's knock the Braves out of everything, because I can't stand Brave fans. Look, I don't like Phillies fans, don't get me wrong. But, Jonathan, who's a big Phillies fan, who subscribed to my channel, who's a cool guy. I'm going to Philly next Saturday for the 7-line outing in Philadelphia. That's going to be a fun series. I think Jonathan's going to be at that game. I'm going to have a beer with him. I think he's going to be there. I think he said that. But again, I don't like you Philly fans, and you probably don't like us Mets fans. That's fine. But you got to be realistic when you're a baseball fan. If you're not a baseball fan and not give credit where credit's due, like, you're just an ass. You really are. Ken, you had an important call, or you just wanted to not listen? Because, you already hit that like button, so, nah, it's all good, buddy. Let's see the other comments. Yeah. Well, again, all he had to do was sweat a little bit, and he looked like a porn star in the 70s. So, with Strider. Well, Rocky, I'm not going to make that declaration about the Mets are going to the World Series because you never know what can happen in the playoffs. Honestly, like I'm not going to be that guy waving the pom poms and be like, "Oh, Mets are going to the World Series," because that's unrealistic. Transistor, you're welcome, buddy. I appreciate the support. I'm not that guy. Like I'm really not. If you know who I am, if you follow my channel for a while, you know I'm one of the most realistic people when it comes to my team and other teams. If you look at my preseason division winners, I didn't pick the Mets. I picked the Braves because I gave respect to the Mets. There's no way I could have predicted the Mets have 70 wins, being 70 and 39. Like, there's no way I could have predicted that. So I'm a guy that is probably more of a pessimistic Met fan and more of a negative Nancy, so to speak, when it comes to the Mets, because the Mets have not proven nothing. All they've proven through 110 games that they played very well this year. They don't get a trophy for playing good during the season. Yeah, great. When you win the division, you get a banner. Great. That's step one. Step two is to win a pennant. Next banner. Step three, winning the World Series. Until the Mets do that, I can't be that cocky person or that unrealistic Met fan and, waving my Mets flag and have all the biased Mets opinions, because I'm not that guy. Some people who have YouTube channels, not just Met YouTube channels, other channels for other teams, you hear their bias in certain aspects of when things are happening. Like when the Mets don't play well, I'll be the first one to tell you that. I'll be the first one to scrutinize the team. I try to be as fair as possible when it comes to the team the Mets are facing and the respect that I give to certain teams. But I'm always going to be truthful with you guys. I might not have the perfect opinions. I might have the opinions or the thoughts that you might agree with, and I might be wrong 9 out of 10 times. But when I'm wrong, I usually admit that I'm wrong. And like I said, if you guys follow me, I was wrong about Jeff McNeil. I was wrong about Edwin Diaz. Did I call myself out on that? I still do to this day. I can be wrong, just like you guys can be wrong, but at least I admit it. And that's where I try to be. I try to be realistic. I try to be unbiased, even though sometimes my bias does come out as a Mets fan. That's what sports fans do, right? Sometimes you just get ahead of yourself. I'm not the guy that run in people's faces and cheer "Let's go Mets," even though I kind of did that to a Yankee fan that sat next to me during the Subway Series because he was getting it on me, so I just gave it back. But other than that, I'm more realistic, because at the end of the night, guess who shook my hand? The Yankee fan. Because we talk baseball. We talk different moves that managers made during the game. And when I have a baseball conversation with somebody and it's realistic both ways, it was fun. And that's what I like. So, all right, let's see. Well, I mean, listen. Last year when I went to the Phillies game, when the Mets started their season in Philadelphia, I went to those games. Jacob deGrom pitched. I got a hot dog thrown at me at that game. And again, I'm not the type to start chasing after somebody and pounding them, because I could pound somebody's face in, but I'm not going to, because I don't need to. What am I gaining out of that? I'm going to get kicked out of the stadium, probably arrested, probably sued for assault. Like, I don't need all that crap. Like, I'm here to enjoy the baseball game. Like, if you want to say Mets suck or boo me or whatever you want to do, whatever. But, be an adult. Try to. That's the way I try to do. I root for my team, and that's about it. Yeah, I know. The Dodgers swept the Padres. That was kind of funny. Well, yeah, it's not even just about other Mets channels. It's about other baseball channels in general. Like, I was listening to, oh man, who was it? I forgot. It was one of the Braves fans I was listening to it on Saturday. When I was at the game, I sometimes I like to listen to certain channels or certain radio. Like, I like to listen to all types of radio around the country. That's why I kind of get some information sometimes from other places. And I was listening to, I forgot the name of the channel. If I find it, I'll let you guys know. all he was doing was complaining about everything. Every time the Mets got a hit, oh, that was lucky. Oh, look at that. That wasn't a strike. Like, everything that didn't go the Braves' way, he whined and cried about. Like, stop it. Like, you look like a freaking baby. You look like a salty, spoiled brat that don't get your way. Like, it's annoying. And I hate that. I hate that when Met fans do that. And I definitely hate it when other fans do that. You see what Yankee fans doing now. I got coworkers who are Yankees fans who cry like it's the end of days, like they haven't made the playoffs almost every year in the last 25 years. Like, stop it. Like, I hate that. I'm not going to be on this channel and cry and moan about every pitch, every call, every base hit a team gets. Will I scrutinize my team? Yes. But I'm not going to be a crybaby and say, oh, the umpire blew us the game. No, if it was a bad call in the ninth inning and clearly it was a bad call, I'll get on him. But I'm not a big guy on, oh, they got screwed because of balls and strikes. If they're consistent on both sides, I don't care. But please, if you're a Mets fan, Yankee fan, Braves fan, Phillies fan, don't be a crybaby when calls or the game is not going away. You look like a spoiled brat. Leave that to Yankee fans. They're the biggest culprits of it, all right? So, with that said, they're showing Chris Bassett right now. Couple of minutes until game time. So, don't forget to please hit on that like button if you're just tuning in. And I'm going to set up the Game Day app, the Game Day video right now and make the background more appealing for you guys. So, here you go. Mets versus Reds, game 1 of a 3-game set. Justin Dunn, the Mets' former prospect, that was in the deal for that Cano Diaz deal, along with many other guys, and also Kalenic. Let's see what the Mets can do. And again, if the Mets play their game, there's a pretty good chance that they can take 2 out of 3. Again, we all want to sweep, but we have to be realistic sometimes, guys. Have to be realistic. Just make sure I got the game day up nicely. All right, there we go. It looks good. So with that said, guys, Mets versus Reds, game 1. Chris Bassett on the mound for the Mets. A really bad Reds team that can be a little sneaky good. So don't play down to them. Waiting for the commercial to come back and making sure you guys can hear the call. As always, make sure you let me know in the comments if you can hear it, because that's the whole point of this channel. Make sure you can hear it. Well, you know what? I don't know what DeGrom's going to do. Look, if the Mets give DeGrom the most money, he's going to stay with the Mets. So, listen, look, the reason why people are talking about the Braves and DeGrom and that conversation is coming up is the fact that he lives in Florida. He's not going to the Marlins and the Rays are not paying him. So the closest team to Florida is the Braves. That's the only reason why the Braves have been a conversation, because he's closer to home and he's a Southern boy. That's the only reason why. But there's been no inkling from anybody that DeGrom wants to leave here. So if the Mets give him a little bit more than Max Scherzer per year, he's going to be a Met. It's just that simple. Steve Cohen is not going to let him walk away. I'm sorry. He's just not. And money's not going to be an issue. All right, guys. So I'm just going to mute it for 1 second. All right, sorry about that, guys. I got a call. That's why I kept it on mute, and I was just fixing the audio. So don't worry. I know there was no volume. So all right, guys. I think they're gonna probably go to another commercial. I believe. I could be wrong, but we'll see. So I'm just waiting for the game to start. Chris Bassett on the mound. SNY is still on. I'm just waiting for them to give me any inkling that they're going to start the game or not. I mean, it's going to be a 7-10 start, so they might go to one more commercial. But I just want to make sure you guys can hear me, and I think you can hear me, which is a good sign. It looks like they're not going to a commercial, which is very nice, but we will see. So they're just showing beating the pressure with Lindor the last 27 games, 355, 6 home runs, 30 RBIs. Pretty damn good, huh? All right, so they all go into commercial. So we got one more minute until they come back, and then the volume's going to come up for Mets versus Reds. Again, what I want to see here, the Mets continue to play their game. They play their game, they're going to win. It's very simple, especially against a Reds team that's not very good, who can be surprisingly good with a lot of those young players, but the Mets play their game. They should easily win 2 out of 3, and if they play really well, they should sweep this series. But again, nothing's given in baseball. We know that. So they're showing just some Mets commercials, just waiting for the Mets to come back, and we were going to start the game at probably 7-10, which is the right thing they usually do, but we'll see. Well, Ryan, I would say, the Philly fans are confident because they think they made a couple of good moves, which I think they did. They got Robinson. They got Syndergaard. As much as we don't like Syndergaard, he's still an average to good pitcher who could be – look, they needed a number 3, number 4 starter. That's what Syndergaard is. That they're going to help. It's going to help them. But their defense is still extremely bad, and it's going to catch up to them just like it did in a couple of games already in the last couple of weeks. But again – I don't think they're catching the Mets. I don't think they might catch the Braves, but I don't think they're going to catch the Mets. But again, we play the Phillies in the next couple of days, so it's not going to be easy. That's for sure. But 45. Well, I think he's going to get a 4 or 5 year deal. I don't think the Mets are going to give him an opt out. I wouldn't give him an opt out. I'll give him 44. It's got to be a little bit more than Scherzer. What was Scherzer? $43.5 million. Give him 44. That's more, or 44.5. Give him $1 million more a year for 4 or 5 years. That's fine. If DeGrom is healthy, he can pitch just as long as Scherzer's pitched. If DeGrom stays healthy, he can pitch because DeGrom can pitch with a 96, 97 miles an hour fastball, like Scherzer's doing, even with a 95 miles an hour fastball. He's that good because he's a pitcher. He's not just a thrower. DeGrom stays healthy, he can pitch until he's 40 with probably still really good stuff, like Scherzer is doing now at the age of 37, 38. So 7-10, the game's a little bit late, which is not shocking. As soon as it comes back on, the Mets game's going to start, and let me know in the comments when you guys can hear the sound. That's what I'm waiting for. That's the most important thing. All right, guys, here we go. Mets are coming on the field. Let's go Mets. Mets Reds, game 1. Can you guys hear the stream?
Was asked after the Mets swept the Yankees, would they have a letdown? Nope, they went to Miami and smoked the Marlins. Will the Mets have a letdown coming out of that 5-game series against the Braves? Remains to be seen. Mets 2 out of 3 from the Reds in Cincinnati last month. Very different Reds team that will face tonight after the trading deadline. They traded away 5 key players at the deadline, but the Reds have been playing well lately. They are 16-9 over the last 25 games. Sunday's starting lineup: Jonathan India, last year's Rookie of the Year, rounding into 4. Nick Senzel staying healthy, and he is a very talented player. They are the linchpins of this Reds young movement.
All right, first pitch is a strike.
First fastball is in for a strike to Jonathan India. We're underway.
But currently, here's Chris Bassett's Toyota numbers. 8-7 on the year. His record could be much better than 8-7. He's pitched much better than that. He's had a lot of tough losses, some no decisions. He's been solid.
India spent 2.5 months on the injured list with a hamstring injury, struggled after coming back, but he's gotten hot now. Last 25 games, he's hitting .304. Last year's National League Rookie of the Year fouls off the high fastball, and it's 1-2. India, who played with Pete Alonso at the University of Florida, 5th overall pick in the draft in 2018. And he was very, very impressive last year, trying to live up to those numbers in an injury-plagued 2022. Reds started the day 19 games under 500 for the year, which isn't bad when you consider they started out 3-22.
Strike three. Good start. Nice start for Chris. Strike. One out, one strikeout, one batter. Good start.
Nice inside corner fastball. We've seen a lot of that in the last series versus the Braves. And here is your Lexus Mets infield. McCann behind the plate. Jeff McNeil at second base. Escobar back in the lineup at third. Naquin. Canna started yesterday against the right-hander, a surprise, but Naquin back in today.
If you had McCann and Canna back-to-back, and yes. Starting where
ground ball, easy out. Two outs. Good start. There we go.
The first pitch, he grounds out. Matt just throwing nothing but fastballs, and he's got the first 2 outs. David Bell now in his 4th year as Reds Game. They had a winning record last year. They won 83 games, and they were expecting to contend this year, but then they made a trade right before the season started. Traded away Jesse Winker and Eugenio Suarez. They got back tonight's starting pitcher Justin Dunn in that deal. And things went so badly at the start of the year, they've been trying to swim uphill all season. Here's the veteran Mike Moustakas, and he takes a fastball for a strike.
They also kind of dismantled their starting rotation.
Listen, why throw anything else if they're going to be swinging and missing and taking fastballs and swinging barely against fastballs? Don't show your big pitches yet. There you go. There's your slider. 7 pitches, 6 fastballs. Why show them anything else when you don't have to?
2020 when they made the postseason and the expanded playoffs.
Oh, just outside on that curveball. 71 miles an hour curveball.
Last leg of a 9-game, 10-day road trip. They took 2 out of 3 in Milwaukee, as well as that slipped my mind. Here's to Miami.
Come on, Chris. Oh, just low. Ooh, nice changeup.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Paul Emmel calling the balls and strikes tonight. And over James Hoyt, Edwin Moscaso on the bases.
Always worried about an umpire with glasses.
Strike 3. Nice first inning for Bassett. There we go, guys. So Chris Bassett with 2 strikeouts in the first inning. Mets are coming to bat in the bottom of the first. So far, so good for Bassett. Again, I like McCann behind the plate with Bassett. I just think they're, you already saw Bassett wasn't shaking off any pitches. James McCann just knows Bassett better than Mazika or Nito. And I think that's why McCann's behind the plate. And you're going to see that often when McCann is healthy. So bottom of the first, Mets, Reds 0-0. Mets first time coming up at the plate. Obviously, Nimmo, Marte, Lindor to lead off the game. And with that said, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button if you're just tuning in. Welcome if it's your first time here to the stream, to Talking Mets at Rob. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. Once again, you got Game Day up along with the broadcast from SNY. So you get the sounds of the game, you get the visual of what's going on in the game for Game Day, and you got my instant reactions on the corner. And what you see right here during every half inning, I give you my quick analysis and opinion and tell you who's coming up and everything else you want to talk about in the chat. Yeah, I don't think Jacob – no, what you got to do, Gavin, is you got to stretch out the ground. Like, he pitched what he had, 70-something pitches in his last start. Next one should be 80 to 85 pitches. Next start, his 4th start, should be 90 to 95. After that, he stretched out. You get to September, depending on your lead in the NL East, maybe you won't pitch him 6 innings, or you might skip a start. But you have to stretch him out because you don't want him to get into the postseason and you haven't stretched him out past 80 pitches, and then now you need him to go 7-8 innings in a playoff game, and you can't pitch him. He hasn't pitched all year without that. I could, but I don't want to ruin Game Day because sometimes it just pops off and I can't get it back. But I'll check on my phone and I'll let you guys know. But for the first inning, for the bottom of the first, Justin Dunn, the former Mets prospect in the Mets system, is now on the Reds, who was traded in the Luis Castillo deal. So he's got some really good stuff. Let's see if the Mets can get some runs off of him. And obviously the key to any Mets victory, let the pitcher work. All right, guys, bottom of the first, no score. Mets are up.
Some controlled issues.
And that's been the case throughout his big league career. Prior to 3 years in Seattle, he's averaged 6 walks per 9 innings. Brandon Nimmo leads off. Brandon had 3 hits yesterday. And Dunn's first pitch rides inside for ball 1. Long at-bats in the first inning have been the norm for Brandon.
Well, I think it's a concerted effort on Brandon's part, and I think it has a lot to do with Eric Chavez and Buck Showalter.
Come on, Brandon.
They've both told us that when they get a pitcher up, when Nimmo gets up and gets a deep count, they feel after that inning, that first inning, that they've won. And by making that pitcher dig deep, and how many games, Gary, have starting pitchers against the Mets in the first inning thrown over 20 pitches? Quite a few.
13 times they've forced the opposing pitcher to throw 30 or more in the first.
It's a double-edged sword. Remember Brandon, folks. We've all seen him evolve to become the major leaguer that he is now. The good, solid major leaguer.
Come on, Brandon. Once you count the Brandon Nimmo.
Walk early in his career. I don't want him to fall back into that trap.
Oh, it hit him. Another hit by pitch. Mets get the leadoff man on. Starlin Marte coming up. Good start. Good start.
It's the 12th time Nimmo's been hit this year, and Buck doesn't even bother staring because that one barely glanced.
They got him on the foot, and Nimmo sprinted to first, so he's all right.
74 times the Mets have been hit. The major league record is 105. The Reds set that record.
Just so you guys, if you didn't see the picture that I put on my community page for the Jacob DeGrom bobblehead, this is what it looks like. It's got the strikeout ticker, which is kind of cool. It's a really nice bobblehead. I'm going on Saturday. Saturday is my birthday. So I'm going to get the Ron Darling second piece of the Gary Keith and Ron bobbleheads. So if you guys want to know my age, I'm still 21, just so you guys know. So yes, I'm going to the baseball game on my birthday. Why? Because what the hell else am I going to do, right?
Dunn was a reliever for most of his college career at BC, and there are a lot of scouts who still think he'll wind up in the bullpen. But Seattle used him as a starter over 3 seasons, made 25 starts, pitched pretty well, 3.94 ERA. Then got traded to Cincinnati, but he hasn't pitched in the big league since a year ago June because of
Come on, Starlin. Oh, get out. That's gone. 2-0 Mets. Yeah, baby. There we go. Good start. 2-0 Mets. Starlin Marte, 2-run homer to lead off the game. Let's go. Number 12 of the season for Starlin Marte. There we go. Now we're showing our power. Beautiful. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Run support. Love it. Boom. Let's go. Oh, wait, we're not playing the Braves. I don't even know if the Braves even know they're playing baseball anymore. Yeah, Marte's such a big pickup for this team. He's been so good all year.
That's one that knocks you back on the heels. We'll see how Dunn responds to it.
Come on, Frankie.
And here's the red-hot Lindor.
Yeah, Ken, I mean, God forbid Starlin Marte doesn't hit a ball right down the middle, right? I mean, he should have hit it 450 feet, but he only hit it like 420 feet. So it's kind of lucky. It's like he hit the bat on the fatter part of the bat.
They should explain that, by the way. They took the championship batters down from left field because they're putting up ribbon boards. They're going to relocate them up in right field, opposite where the retired numbers are. But for the time being, we have the Honey, I Shrunk the batters out on the party deck.
LED lights too.
He's been good.
Are they their colors?
Very vivid.
They're bright yellows and blues and reds, and they're at night. The yellows are gorgeous.
Yes, Ruben. Marte 2-run homer. Lindor right at the second baseman, India.
Snags it for the first down.
1 out. Hit it hard, though. Yeah, I mean, he's batting over 300 over the last 30 games. He's been good. All right, big boy Pete Alonso, who unfortunately is probably not going to win the MVP for the National League. He still might, but the Mets are hitting done hard so far. Markey with the 2-run bomb, and Lindor hit it hard, but right at the second baseman. Ruben, as always, Mets hit a home run, and you showed us support and a donation to the channel. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you so much.
He's got a 6-game hitting streak riding. Trying to get settled in. Throws a breaking ball and Pete Alonso.
That's a base hit in the gap. No, it's not. Center fielder caught it. 2 out. Playing him in the gap. That should have been down. Almost. People almost. Ruben, appreciate it, buddy.
Well, just his dash from first to home yesterday.
Here comes big boy donut eating Vogelback. Hey, as a Met, when he first came here, he was batting like 220. He raised his average all the way to 239. That might not seem like a lot, but it is. 0910 President, thank you for becoming a new subscriber. I appreciate it, buddy. Hopefully you enjoy the baseball call on SNY and game day and my instant reactions. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Ooh, that was outside, but called it a strike. New York Mets are 54-11 when scoring first. 43 games over 500. Not bad. I know, no, man. That's why I put the broadcast up.
More than just Vogel ball. Vogel scoots. What did you say yesterday? Chug. Couldn't resist.
Hebrew is true. I mean, Rusty wasn't as big, but I can see what you mean. Stocky as a ball player, yeah, for sure. He's Vogelback, 314 average in 13 games with the Mets this season. I mean, that's a 100-point difference than his season average. Like, that's insane. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, President. 2-run bomb by Marte to give Bassett a 2-run cushion very early in the game. 2-2 count to Vogelback. Uh-oh. That might be gone. Oh, looked like it was gone. But that ends the inning. But not before Starling Marte hits a 2-run bomb to left center field to give the Mets a 2-0 lead. Going to the top of the second, Chris Bassett coming back on the mound. Good start for the New York Mets to put some runs on the board early, putting some pressure on the Reds, and give a little cushion for Chris Bassett to work with, who had a very good first inning, struck out 2 out of the first 3 batters. And let's hope Bassett continues to pitch well and maintain that lead. All right, guys. So I wanted to say, just so you guys know, it's August. It's my birthday month, best month ever. I know some can question that, but I will be doing a giveaway for the members. Sometime probably during the off day on Thursday. I'm gonna do a Mets Talk Live, and I will post a video Thursday afternoon for our members of the channel. So make sure you become a member by Thursday, because if you're not a member, when Thursday hits, I put the list into the raffle, and whatever members are in the list, that's what I'm going to put. So if you want to become a member of the channel and be in the run-in to win giveaways, I'm going to do that on Thursday. So I'm going to do the video on Thursday and post it for the members to see who won. And I'm giving a couple of things in this giveaway. I got some koozies. Got Keith Hernandez koozie. Got the Blackout koozie. I got the You Gotta Believe koozie. I probably have about 30 more koozies lying around somewhere. I got
souvenir cups that I'm gonna have. I got bobbleheads. What else I got? I think I got something else. I thought I had it somewhere. I have other things that I'm gonna. I'm also gonna go. If you haven't been to Citi Field this year, they have like a prize box, like a mystery box. Like you pay $40 and you get game worn jerseys, bats, balls. You get a whole bunch. It's a whole bunch of things. You basically pick it out of a bucket, and that's what you get for $40, which is pretty cheap. All right, so we're going to the top of the second. Mets lead 2-0. So I'll continue about that after the inning.
First baseman, 6,828 plate appearances.
That's kind of hard to do.
Slowing down a little bit at age 38. Lifetime 414 on base percentage this year, 336. He's been swinging the bat well lately. And the Reds hope that they can put enough players around him that he can keep something going.
Ground ball right to Escobar, who's playing short for the first half of the game.
3 foot out for the first out. So Bassett's got 4 outs on just 13 pitches.
Good start for Chris Bassett. As you heard, four batters, 13 pitches for 4 outs. Good start so far. Pitch count is exactly where we like it.
Solano plugged in as the DH with Moustakas moving to third base. Solano, the former Giant, he had 3 terrific years for San Francisco. They started calling him Donnie Barrels. He had 308 in his 3 years for the Giants. He's hitting 298 this year. He's been slowed by injury. The Reds have had so many injuries this year.
Well, there they are, the 1-2 punch.
Let's see the next.
Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit that like button. Line drive right to Orlando for the second out. 2 outs.
You know, what's interesting about that shot we just showed of the 2 big guys?
Well, he's getting old, Ryan. You know? Now, guys, you got 85 likes. The goal is to get to 100 likes before the 5th inning ends. 150 in the stream right now. If you haven't hit that like button, please do. I really do appreciate that.
Came out and really one-upped Scherzer, but it's a good thing, and it's not a non-team thing. It brings certain people bring out the best in the players around them, and I really feel Scherzer is one of them.
I think we've seen this from this entire team, and it's not just the pitchers. Even Scherzer's interactions with Vogelback in the dugout, for all indications, have been something that has really boosted this team. Just guys who keep things light.
And I understand Scherzer was kind of on the sidelines in the dugout yesterday. They were kind of bench jockeying Strider.
It's been very good this year, for sure.
The game had kind of gentrified, and I was kind
so 0-2 count to Fraley. Bassett with 18 pitches with 5 outs in the game so far, 2 outs in the second. So great pitch count. And get this under 20 pitches in 2 innings. That's a great start for him.
Yeah, a young guy that they, probably he was the only one that spouted off, really. And I get it. The Mets are hot, and everything went their way.
Yes, it was. Jake Fraley, 0-2 count. And he fouls it off. Fraley was part of that big deal with Seattle before the season. Picked him up in the deal that sent Jesse Winker and Eugenio Suarez to the Mariners. They also got Justin Dunn in that deal.
19 pitches, 0-2 count. Fraley, 2 outs in the second. 2-0 Mets.
Reflection off the glass on the office building.
Oh, just high.
This is high for Bassett, 1-2 to Fraley. Fraley's just recently back from injury. He was out with a knee injury for a couple of months. And he's been swinging the bat well since coming back, 6 for 15. Slider inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Stevie Zucchino would be next.
Popped up, should end the inning. Escobar's got a little bit of a move, and he gets the out for the end of the second. Mets are coming up at the bottom of the second. Mets 2, Reds 0. Mets are coming up. Justin Dunn coming on the mound. All right. So going back to what I was saying about the members, if you want to become a member of Talking Mets and Rob, click on the join button. Multiple options. Doesn't matter which one you choose. You are all in the running to win a giveaway. During the raffle, I do a wheel spin that I post on a video, and I also do a runner-up just in case the member doesn't get in touch with me within the 72-hour period, and then I give the giveaways to the runner-up. So that's how I do it, but you have to be a member by Wednesday because it's not fair for people to be members for a while and then somebody who just popped up on Thursday to get that opportunity. So you got to be a member by Wednesday at the very latest. Wednesday morning. You got to be a member by if you want to become a member. Just click on the join button, click your membership, and we get started. Ken, you have to join to win. I gotta appreciate the members who pay a subscription for the channel and get exclusive deals and videos and live streams and all that stuff. You know, if they're just members, just to be members, that's not fair to them. So they get a little bit extra things to get. So like I said, possibly winning koozies, bobbleheads. Probably I'm going to do that mystery box the next time I go to Citi Field, which is Saturday. Most likely I'll probably get something sooner, but I'll probably, again, the giveaway is probably going to be a mystery box this time. I'll just, I'll throw a couple of things in there that is pretty cool. That will be a giveaway. So it'll be a mystery box giveaway, which would be kind of cool. So when you get it, if you're the winner, you'll see what you'll be getting. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, no problem, James. So Bassitt's pitched well. Got a couple of strikeouts in 2 innings. Only 22 pitches in 2 innings. And Marte hit a 2-run homer in the first inning to give the Mets a 2-0 lead. Right now, it's the bottom of the second. Jeff McNeil leading off the inning.
Inning streak starting the ninth. The stock is in on the grass at third. Why would you do that? And Jeff McNeil doesn't
correct
for hits.
Members get perks. Exactly. I shouldn't say giveaways because that usually is a red flag for YouTube. So yes, get perks.
The spirits are about to speak.
Jeff McNeil, ground ball, base hit through the right side. Leadoff hit for McNeil, who has been heating up over the last week.
There really is no defensive, Jeff.
And I do think I'm going to give a custom jersey giveaway probably at the end of the year. So you can be rocking that Mets jersey during the postseason. And again, it could be any color. It could be thin stripe, blue, black, whatever you want. It's going to be a giveaway, custom jersey, whatever you want, whatever size, whatever name you want, number, it's up to you.
The expected batting average. I don't care about the exit velocity. I just care about getting a hit. And that was a classic example. Didn't hit it hard, found the hole, and then he's got 104.
All right, Tyler Naquin, who's been a very good pickup for the Mets since they got him. See what he can do with a leadoff man on base.
Traded away from the Reds less than 2 weeks ago.
Naquin flies it, and it should be an easy out for the left fielder.
Makes the catch.
1 out.
But he's not going anywhere.
No problem, James.
Deflected and comes into second.
Okay, your Reds defense brought to you by your Volkswagen dealers. Former Giant and Astro, Michael Papierski behind the plate. Jonathan Indy, of course, last year's Rookie of the Year. He's a pretty nice little fielder as well. Gary mentioned that Nick Senzel can go get him in center.
1 out, 2-0 Mets. Bottom of the second. Eduardo Escobar, the 8th hitter, is up.
The outfielders. Here's Eduardo Escobar with 1 out and 1 on. And Escobar takes a fastball for a strike. Escobar went 2 for 6 in the series against the Braves. This is batting average of 220 for the year. And getting a start against a right-hander, those have been few and far between for Escobar. Guillorme has been getting most of the reps against the right-handers. curveball swung and missed. But other than the DHs, which is a strict platoon with Vogelback and Ruff, Buck is being true to his word that he's not in strict platoons with Escobar and Guillorme or with Nate Winnett-Cannon.
Well, he's got a good bench to work with. And remember, that 5-game series of the last 4 days with the Braves was very taxing and grueling. Well, you know that Canna started yesterday's ball game, and he's been struggling at the plate. And since Naquin's been here, he's been sitting down against right-handers and only playing against lefties. And he's been having a tough time with it. And I asked Buck, what was his thought process? Why did he start Canna yesterday?
Escobar takes one the other
Escobar, another line drive to left field for the second out. So hit somewhat hard, but 2 outs.
Well, Buck said that the analytics or whatever the metrics came in on the paper, and I'm not privy to this. I guess the glide path of Canna's swing was perfectly for Strider's pitches, and Buck said it was just too stark that I couldn't turn my back on it, and that's why I started it. And what did he do? He got the big 2 RBI double late in the game that busted it wide open.
And I think that speaks to the balance that Buck has struck between his own instincts and making use of the analytics. And that's a case where what the numbers or the metrics told him outweighed whatever decision he might have made otherwise.
Yeah, Ken, I agree. You can see him struggling a little bit. Some defensive plays against the Braves was a little worrisome. He needs a day off. He's played a lot lately. All right, here comes the infamous James McCann that we gave a lot of money to. Let's see what he can do at the back. Hey, that's up the middle for a base hit. All right. Everybody's hitting. You get a hit. You get a hit. You get a hit. Even James McCann can get a hit once in a while.
Gets a base at his first time up today.
Carlos Carrasco lane goes tomorrow.
It's kind of a lousy break ball here, but McCann right on it.
Knew he'd thrown a bad pitch. So he's given up 3 hits now. And now he starts his second time through the order facing Nimmo. Got hit by a pitch his first time up and then scored in front of Martinez.
Come on, Brandon. Get that runner in from second. 2 outs.
Marte hit the 2-run homer in the first inning and marked the 21st time this season the Mets have scored multiple runs in the first inning. In the first 20, when they've scored at least 2 in the first, the Mets have gone 17-3. So that's basically 1 out of every 5 games this year.
9 away from 100 likes, guys. Let's go. Come on, Brandon. Ball inside.
The inside corner and misses ball and strike.
I really felt in that prior series against the Braves.
Yeah, Ruben. That series against the Braves, man. It was so freaking hot. Friday, I sweat through my shirt, my jersey, my hat, everything. Saturday was a little bit better, but the day game was hot. The night game was a little bit better, but it was still freaking hot. It was a damn heat wave in New York, man. And Nimmo with a nasty swing at a slider for a 1-2 count. 2 on, 2 outs. 1-2 count to Nimmo. Running in scoring position for Nimmo. See if he can get it done with 2 outs. Must have been very good with 2 outs and running in scoring position. I'll take a base hit from Nimmo.
In Boston, off day today, then go to Miami, I believe, for 4. And then they come home against, and they're going to be angry.
It's a week from today.
That's a ball. 2-2.
And that's right, just waltz in there with a chance to really.
Oh, Ruben, you saw me there? You really did?
There.
And the rotation should look similar to the way it went in this past series, and that Scherzer and DeGrom will probably pitch the last 2 games in Atlanta.
Beautiful. And you know what? There's a weak spot in this rotation. Bassett's solid. Walker's been outstanding.
Come on, Brandon.
Carrasco's got to lead the team in wins.
Good eye. Full count. What else is new in Nimmo? All right, so the runners will be running on a 3-2 count with 2 outs. Oh, okay, that's what you meant. So the Mets, the runners are going to be running on the pitch. So anything in the gap or down the line is going to score 2 runs. Huh.
You can't take this team for granted. You got a second division team here. They're in 3rd place, but they're well under 500.
Neal and McCann get set to run 3-2, 2 down.
And Nimmo strikes out. Nice slider. Unfortunately, Nimmo did not get it done. Going to the top of the 3rd. Mets 2. Reds nothing. Fortunately, the Mets didn't do some damage with runners on, but it happens, right? So, again, talking about the giveaways again, it's going to be a mystery box this time. So, I'm going to throw a couple of things in there that I have. I'm also going to do that mystery box that they have at Citi Field. You pay $40, and you can get basically anything. You know, you never know. Like, I already got a baseball, a Game 1 jersey that was in a little plaque of James McCann. I got a game-used baseball. What else did I get? I got a poster. A nice signed poster, but I got – what else signed poster? Oh, Brandon Nimmo signed poster. I'm going to see what I'm going to get next time, so we'll see. Yeah, Teddy, the Mets win today and the Braves lose. Oh, I don't think the Braves play today. I think they're off, if I'm not mistaken. If they're off today, yeah, we get 7 games and 7.5 in the loss column, so that's going to be nice for us, for sure. But, yeah, I'm going to do a giveaway, mystery box, a couple of things I'm going to throw in there, and hopefully you guys like it. So, once again, guys, if you become a member by Wednesday, you'll be in the drawing for the giveaway on Thursday when I post the video for the members to post a video of the wheel, and it is random. I mix up the names and all that stuff, and I also do a runner-up just in case if the winner doesn't get to me within 72 hours, the runner-up will get the prizes. So how you do that, you see you won from the day I post the video for the members. You get 72 hours to email me, which is on my channel page. Email me your information so I can send you the stuff that you want. And yeah, sorry, they are playing Boston. So if they lose today and the Mets win, it's 7.5 games. So, and 8 in the loss. So far, so good. The Mets are winning 2-0, going to the top of the 3rd. Reds are coming up. Bassett back on the mound. 3rd inning. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys. We're a couple away from 100, which is always the goal before the 5th inning.
Starts the 3rd inning, coming inside to Aristides Aquino. Aquino, another guy who's been hurt. Played 5 games off the injured list since missing 7 weeks with an ankle sprain. Came up to the big leagues and had a lot of home runs in a hurry. 2019, he had 19 home runs and 205 at bats, but he's never been able to duplicate that since. Let's get a little purple.
Ground ball. It's going to be a hard play, and he's not going to get him. The shift kind of hurt him there, so it's an infield single. It should have been an easy ground ball to first, second, but the shift kind of took that infield easy out of the way and got an infield single, unfortunately.
Bassett's the one that does not like the shifts. Well, for a big guy.
It's like you always say, Keith. Smell the hit.
You got that right.
Here's Jose Barrero, considered the Reds.
All right, nobody out, 1 on. Top of the 3rd. Mets lead 2-0.
Takes a strike the other night. Barrero hit his first 2 big league home runs. He used to be known as Jose Garcia. His mom passed away in Cuba last year, and he took her name and is now known as Jose Barrero.
Nice pitch for Bassett. 0-2.
That he suffered in spring training, slowing down his development. He's had a handful of games the last 2 years with the Reds, but now they feel as though he is up to stay.
Come on, Chris. Nice slider. Curveball, excuse me. 1 out. Nice pitch. 1 out.
And Bassett took care of him and carved him up for the first out of the inning.
Well, they say Guerrero on top of the plate is got some real power. But on the big league level, they've been giving him a steady diet of breaking balls. And of course they are. It's the young youngster.
Let's find out in a hurry. Here's Papirski, who we've seen with the Giants and with the Reds this year. We've mentioned a few times how many injuries the Reds have had, and they've been as injury-struck as any team in baseball. Probably the biggest blow with their young catcher, Tyler Stevenson, who was probably their best player when healthy. Suffered a pair of huge injuries this year, most recently a broken clavicle that will keep him out for the rest of the year.
Ground ball, soft liner. Should be a double play. And it is. End inning. Nice play by Jeff McNeil, not trying to catch that soft liner. Knowing that the runner stopped and the batter didn't really run out of the box for the third out. Double play ends the inning. Mets going to the bottom of the third. Still leading 2-0. There we go. So, with that said, guys, don't forget, if you want to become a member of Talking Mets with Rob, please do. Click on that join button up until Wednesday so you can be in the running for the giveaways. Mystery box giveaway. First time this year I'm doing that. For a mystery box, I gave a couple of giveaways already. I gave a jersey, gave a signed base, a game-used baseball, gave the James McCann plaque with the used jersey in it already. And now it's going to be a mystery box for the month of August. And then, like I said, when the season's over, right before the season ends, I'm going to do a jersey giveaway for all the members who joined the channel for the year. Rob, how's the raffle played? What I do, I put all the names on the wheel. It's called the Wheel of Fortune. I put all the members' names in it. I mix up the names on the wheel as I show you in the video, and I post it to the members only. Joe, that's a good idea. I have to go to Citi Field and buy a trumpet. The giveaway trumpets. I'll probably do that most likely. I am going to the game tomorrow, so yeah. So with that said, Ruben, I put the names in the wheel. I mix them up. I spin it. The winner is the winner. You see the winner. I don't pick the winner out of a hat and then tell you. You guys see it. Joe doesn't always win. I promise. And I also do another spin for the runner-up. So I give the winner 72 hours from the day I post the video. From that, if it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you get 72 hours until 2 o'clock 3 days later to email me your information. If you don't, I'm gonna give the runner-up the opportunity. If nobody responds or sends me their information in the email for the winner or the runner-up, I do it again. I had that issue already with somebody who didn't email me, so I can't send it to you if I don't have your information. And I had to give it to somebody else, and that's what I did. So make sure you're ready to go and become a member. If you're a member already, you're already in. So Marte's leading off the bottom of the third, 2-0 Mets.
Pitch curveball down from Justin Dunn.
The trumpet is excellent. Yeah, Joe, I know. Exactly. Yeah, me and Joe talk every day on Twitter.
Was his 12th of the year.
It's very rare me and Joe don't talk every day.
Against Dunn, who's making his first big league appearance since June the 17th of last year. Went down with shoulder problems that ended his season for Seattle. They tried to get him back late in the year as a reliever. They sent him out of rehab. And Justin threw 4 pitches in a rehab start. The shoulder started hurting again. They shut him down for the year. And the Reds traded for him knowing that he had the shoulder issue and decided to make the deal nonetheless. He missed the first 4 months of this season.
Come on, Star, let's go.
Finally making his first start for the Reds.
Ground ball to short. Should be an easy out. 1 out.
Well, you can see that he's got
Mets Twitter is definitely on fire. Joe, honestly, if the Mets play the way they play and they pitch the way they pitch, they're going to be very hard to beat. And you know what? I'm going to bring my bias right now. I honestly think it's going to be a Mets-Astros World Series, in my opinion.
At BC, he was mostly a reliever. He started a few games his last year there, but the Mets always projected him as a starter. And then included him in the deal with Jared Kelenic that brought Edwin Diaz and Robinson Cano from the Mariners. Here's Francisco Lindor lined out second base his first time up. Fastball misses away, ball one. Side against Lindor.
2-0 to Lindor.
Upstairs 2-0. Emil calling the balls and strikes tonight. He's the crew chief. You know, we talked yesterday about the home plate umpire, C.B. Buckner, and we mentioned that there's a website called scorecards.com.
Joe, it's not going to be pretty.
So if you're going to have to CB was having a rough day yesterday, then you look at scorecards.com, and it turns out in yesterday's game, C.B. Buckner had the worst accuracy rating on all strike calls of any Met game this year, 86.6%. It was the sixth worst of any game in the major leagues.
Frankie, 3-0 to Frankie, 1 out.
So our eyes were not deceiving us.
Takes a high strike, 3-1.
I've had some few conversations with CB. He's a wonderful guy, a wonderful man. I felt that he didn't call the low strike, but he was consistent, and he called the high strike, which he was consistent. He was erratic on the corners yesterday. That's where I felt he gets his rating.
Yeah, I wasn't very happy with the Royals. So Lindor walks with 1 out. Pete Alonso coming up.
The Major League Baseball rates its umpires on, and it's either in the zone or it's not in the zone. And there have been umpire ratings.
I don't know if you guys can see this, but I like this. Those hats that they make.
That's the best.
That looks like it has the name of the player and the number of the player, and it looks like it's clawed out, like polar bear scratched it. The Alonso one is pretty cool. The blue one with the black jersey looks pretty cool, and the black hat with the white pinstripe looks really nice. Might just get that too. Why not? What's another hat, right? Come on, Pete. Oh, way up there, ball one. And Lindor steals second base. Nice at being aggressive.
So the Mets went a long time without a lot of steal attempts. Of late, it's just a sprinkle in a few.
The first attempt by Lindor since the All-Star break. He's been getting on base regularly, but not running. But saw an opportunity. First pitch after getting on base with Alonso at the plate. Bigger and Dunn's concentration would be taken up by Pete. That's a good assumption. Alonso flying to center his first time up.
Woo! Swinging for the fences.
Well, you mentioned the scrutiny, and this is part of it, right? That they're now publicly available umpire scorecards. So there's more scrutiny than ever between that and the replay system.
I mean, should they be available to the public? I don't know.
Well, they are.
I mean, you got other people who are doing it on their own.
I mean, they are responsible, just as everybody else in the game is. Foul. Them out of play 1-2.
1-2 count. Pete Alonso, 1 out. Runner in score position. Francisco Lindor walked and stole second base. Mets lead 2-0. Bottom of the third.
Today, another hour of broadcasting where we have to talk. And that's why I think you see more umpires that are in good physical condition. The games are 3.5 hours long, and they're back there. The umpire, they're squatting, and they're doing double duty as a catcher, really. And, there's got to be some fatigue that comes in. And although they are in shape and ready.
I would certainly agree with that. The umpires of today are in far better shape than the umpires of your generation.
Come on, Pete.
There you go.
Lindor is stealing.
Third, and Alonso fouls it off.
I don't really like stealing third, because especially with 2 strikes, because
it's clear that the Mets feel as though they can take
it doesn't make sense. Because, you got to protect the plate and stealing third, and you're in score position.
Take it off for third. Black Book. If you're wondering what the Little Black Book is for, by the way, it may not be what you think. There's the 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Done with a good down
nice
curveball.
pitch.
Strikes out
2 outs.
Lonzo for the second out.
Continue your thought here.
Well, first, look at the replay.
It's a strikeout.
Okay.
Continue your thought.
Buck has a system of pluses and minuses. And he's got the notebook there to note down little things that happen in the game, like a player backing up a base or breaking up a double play. And that's what that little black book is for. He said he's had it forever. And you can see the back edges of it are getting a little shabby. He has to move and replace it. He said, no,
2 outs. Runner on second, bogey up. Come on, bogey.
Back with the runner at second and 2 out. So it doesn't have notes going into the game. It's stuff for him to jot down during the game.
And evidently, in our meeting with Buck today, that Buck was on the phone, I guess, with the umpires in Manhattan and wanted clarification on the call yesterday in that double play when Nemo slid and was not tagged. And evidently, there was a lot of ambiguity in their answer to him, and he finally he told us, he said, look, I'm going to have a meeting. I've got to know so I can, this is a teachable moment for my players. I'm going to have a pregame.
I agree,
Roberto. Talk about this play.
Roberto,
I got to know
it is cool.
What the rule is.
Bogey, hoagie.
How it went down, what the thoughts are, so I can tell my players what to do next time.
Well, the reason for that, of course, is that the same play happened in Miami earlier this year, and it was called exactly the opposite.
Correct. And Nemo was a part of both of those plays.
Right.
He was given second base in Miami, and was called out here yesterday.
Bogey. Base hit. That's a base hit. Yeah. Run. He's coming home. Come on, Frankie. Safe. Yes. 2 out RBI. There we go, Bogey. There we go. RBI single for Bogey with 2 outs. Another 2 out RBI by Mets hitters. 3-0 Mets. Yes.
And the stolen base pays off for Lindor as he scores a run for the 11th straight game.
Well, he loves that fastball. I love the fastball.
Bogey eating well. Beautiful piece of hitting on that high fastball. Lindor got a great jump off of second base to score from second base. Had to make it. It wasn't easy. He had to go. 3-0 Mets. Give that boy a Krispy Kreme donut. Love it. Excellent pickup. Jeff McNeil with 2 outs, runner on first.
McNeil takes a curveball away from ball 1. Jeff snuck a base hit through the right side his first time up. That's now with 3 runs and 4 hits against Dunn.
Come on. Jeff McNeil hits one to left field, but it's got can of corn and for the 3rd out, but not before a 2-out RBI for the big man, Daniel Vogelback, to make it 3-0 for the Mets going to the top of the 4th. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, Mets versus Braves, Mets versus Reds live stream here, right here on Talking Mets and Rob. If you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat. You'll get a shout out. If you're a returning member or subscriber, thank you for tuning in and showing the support of the channel. Frankie, member of Talking Mets and Rob, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for tuning in. So, Frankie, so you're just tuning in, just so you know, there's going to be a giveaway on Thursday for you members. So make sure you tune in and make sure you check out that video to make sure you won, because I do have to know about your information so I can send you the giveaway. It's going to be a mystery box this time. So we are definitely, yeah, man, it felt like the Mets played the Braves for a week. So with that 5-game series, so I was just saying Braves, but the Reds. So make sure you check out that video that I post for your members on Thursday. And I just want to make sure everybody knows. I'm going to post in the community page for the members only to make sure they check out the video, because there's a couple people that did not check it out. And if you don't check it out, you don't know if you won. And I don't have everybody's information. So, I got a couple of people's information. I want to make sure you actually, and again, you win. The mystery back's going to have a couple of things in it this time. Also, I'm going to throw, a couple of channel member stickers and all that stuff like that I have. So you get a couple of things within that mystery box. So make sure, members, please check out the video. I do not want to make you not have the opportunity to win. If you win, you don't check it out, how are you going to know you won? And I don't want to give it to somebody else because, just because, you're busy or something like that, that would suck. But again, just take a minute to check out the video. It's not going to be a long video. All right, so top of the fourth, Mets lead 3-0. Bassett on the mound with 31 pitches.
Three, so he gets the top of the order in the fourth. India took all third strike his first time up. That breaking ball misses. Ball and a strike. India, then Nick Senzel and Mike Moustakas for the Reds. Bassett now with a 3-0 lead to work with. Just 30 pitches through the first 3 innings for Chris.
Ground ball to third, going to be a hard play for Escobar. And, Pete missed it. You got to catch that, Pete. Come on now. Damn. He would have been out, so that should be an error on Pete Alonso. What's up, Ryan? How you doing? That is just a bad play. I don't know what happened, but he missed. It just popped out of his glove.
Was it the base runner? The throw was right there.
It just caught him on the heel of the glove. That was a bad error by.
Oh, they scored a base hit. That can't be a hit.
Yeah, they call that a base hit. It should be an error on Pete Alonso. Not good. That's not a good thing.
Didn't ricochet, hit Pete in the face. Got him in his left shoulder.
I'm leaving it blank on my scorecard for the moment, Keith, because that's got to be
I'm
changed.
bringing out the E5 on my red ink.
It's Senzel, and he takes a strike. It's Gators, the new acquaintances. It's like a University of Florida reunion. Senzel fists one to second. Will he let it drop again? He does.
Oh, he let it drop. But he didn't get the out. He could have had the double play, but it went behind him. But he got the out at second base, so he got the lead runner 1 out.
For the first down.
Don't get too carried away here. Stick to the basics, because Senzel's running.
He's sort of running.
Well, you're right.
He could have thrown to first and then got the tag at second.
So I stand corrected.
Didn't let it drop quite as cleanly this time.
By the way, I love Jeff with stirrup socks. See that? He got hits in him. He knows it now. Tell me that isn't a good one. Look at that. Come on.
Well, when you're on an 11-game hitting streak, you got to change. You went with the black stirrup socks. In the game Friday when the Mets wore their black uniform.
Now, I understand it's a long season. You put your uniform on every day. And those thin little sanitary socks, sometimes some have a little more stretch, and some don't have any stretch at all. They're hard to put on, and they're a pain in the neck. Then you got to put your other sock, stirrup sock on.
What's your point?
It beats putting on football pads or go playing hockey and putting on all the pads. It goes all skate.
Yeah,
It's minor compared to what those guys have to do.
basketball's a lot easier.
Basketball's big time.
Well,
Oh, sorry guys, I forgot to put game day up.
when John
Sorry about that.
coached at
My bad.
UCLA, the first day that he gathered his team, the first lesson was how to put on your socks.
Oh, good for him.
So that you don't get blisters.
Really?
Yes, he had a certain system that you had to follow to put on your socks.
And I bet you it worked.
And they won 11 titles, so obviously there weren't a lot of blisters. Moustakas struck out his first.
All right, that's in the gap, and Nimmo is not going to get there. He cuts it off. He might save the run. It's going to be Moustakas is staying at first base. Wow. First and third, one out. So they're getting to Bassett a little bit, but it keeps the double play in order.
Kept Moustakas from getting to second base.
Not good.
Did David Bell come out to see if Moustakas was hurt because he wasn't on second?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, here's the play again. Ball slicing away from Brandon. Does a great job here to cut it off. And he's got the right throw. He's supposed to throw it. No one's on second base. Senzel reads it well. It's just Nimmo didn't let it get to the wall.
You got to see Moustakas out.
Oh, I watched him the whole way.
Here's Votto first and third, one out, and Votto takes it inside. There we go.
Okay. Oh, I see. Looked like
It was something, some rock
Oh, yeah, he's got a little something going on.
A little hitch in his giddy up. He had a foot injury last year that cost him a lot of the season. It's a slow ground ball. Could they turn
Not going to be a double play. All right, so McNeil gets the lead runner at second. One run does score, but 2 outs and a man on first. So they do get a run.
And it's 3-1.
I would take that. Honestly, could have been a lot worse.
It's an acquittal.
Well, sort of. If he'd been on second, now he'd be a third instead of being out.
Well, he's got something going on with his legs or his foot.
Yep. Yeah.
So he's acquitted.
Well, the way David Bell just put his hand on his shoulder, he might be coming out of the game.
Case was thrown out of court.
Kyle Farmer, you see there, he was scratched because of neck stiffness before the game tonight. We'll see whether Moustakas stays in it or not. Meanwhile, 2 out and a runner at first for Donovan Solano.
Come on, Chris.
Curveball in the
So
dirt.
Chris Bassett struggled a little bit. I mean, not a lot of hard hit balls, but you know what? Some of them found their way, infield ground, and then Moustakas with that double, or with that ball in the gap, but didn't run, which kind of hurt them actually. But if he keeps him the 1 run here, I'll take it. It'll still be a 3-1 lead.
Fastball off the corner, ball and strike. Stock's moving around. David Bell doing some talking in the dugout. See whether they have to make a change.
Oh.
The ball stays up and into Solano.
Yeah, Joe. I mean, that's because of that #1 draft class that they just had.
So Bassett, after throwing 7 scoreless innings in his last start in Washington,
It's
started
still
this
somewhat
day with
top-heavy,
3
but
scoreless.
hey,
But now it's been nicked for a run here in the 4th.
come on, Chris. Not a nice pitch, but fouled it off. 2-2 count.
2-2. National Central, the Cardinals have taken over with their 7-game winning streak. They just swept the series from the Yankees. It's a dreadful week for the Brewers. They fall 2 games behind.
Come on, Chris.
They weren't happy with the Hater trade, the players.
The
And that's a base hit.
Solano's got a base hit.
First and second, 2 outs. They're starting to hit Bassett a little bit there.
Moustakas is on second base.
He's not locating that fastball. Not good, not good.
He could have trotted it in second, really.
Fastball right down the middle and took it the other way. Nice piece of hitting by Solano.
For now, that's the 3rd hit of the inning. But I can't believe the India play is going to stand as a base hit. Can't.
Nice hit by Solano. He's a decent little player, nice little backup player. I've seen a lot of him. Giants, Astros, over the years.
Come on, Chris, let's go. Come on.
If he hit
Damn.
308 over 3 years in San Francisco.
He's a nice player.
Good hit. It's Jake Fraley with 2 out and 2 on. Bassett runs the cutter.
He's all over the place in this inning.
Fraley
Can't
popped up
locate
third
anything.
base his first time up. Fraley played 97 games over 3 years in Seattle. Never really hit there. Just 196. Originally drafted by Tampa Bay and traded to Seattle for Mike Zunino. Another cutter runs inside. It's 2-0.
Yeah, he can't get it over the plate. Any pitch. Not good. 48 pitches. Most pitches in the inning so far in the game. 19 pitch of the inning.
Votto at second, Solano at first with 2 out.
Ball 3. Come on, Chris. Damn it.
Aristides Aquino is the on deck.
Joe, yeah, I did a tour a couple of years ago. Pretty cool.
So he appears to be out of the game.
Moustakas is coming out of the game, so he's clearly injured. Come on, Chris. Can't walk him. All right, strike 1.
On the bench. I don't know if he can play, but they also have Matt Reynolds, the former Met, who can come in and play on the infield. We'll see what Bill decides to do.
Very possibly Bill only has
Come on, Chris, let's go.
on his bench now.
Get out of this.
Farther right behind him, so maybe he is available.
Ground ball
Past the mound, McNeil
should
to his
end the
right.
inning,
Makes
and it
the
does.
delivery,
All right.
and that retires the sign.
Stop the bleeding at just 1 run. Bassett just struggled in that inning, wasn't very good, but found a way to keep it to only 1 run. Mets lead 3-1. See if the Mets get a couple of runs on the board and help out Bassett a little bit here. He struggled a little bit in the 4th, but he's only at 51 pitches in the 4th, so he can still pitch 6-7 innings with no problem. Nice to see Bassett work his way out of that. He just couldn't locate in that inning for sure. A couple of small ground, light hitted ground balls, but you know what? It happens, right? Baseball. But Mets lead 3-1 going to the bottom of the 4th. Chris Bassett struggled a little bit. Let's get a couple more runs for him. Come on. We can't score more than 3 runs. We got to score more than 3 runs. Mets, Rob, do you agree with how bad Bassett is pitching? He's becoming the stupid dog I call him when he acts like this. He hasn't been bad lately. He's been pretty good. We struggled about, in the month of June and somewhat of July, but he's been good. Again, he has his moments, but he's still a very good pitcher. And again, he's basically our number 3, if you want to call him our number 4. So, typically your number 3 and number 4 starter usually goes 5 or 6 innings, gives up a couple of runs. So, you can't complain with your number 3, who is basically an ace of a staff. So, I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, Roberto, I saw that. I was actually at that game. I didn't see the fight personally, but I did see it all over Twitter. Yeah, he knocked his ass out. So we're going to the bottom of the 4th. Mets lead 3-1. Mets need a couple more runs on the board here. Give us a little bit of breathing room here for Bassett. See what the Mets can do here they got Nate Quinn, Escobar, McCann, 7, 8, and 9 in the Mets order for the bottom of the 4th. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button if you have not hit the like button as of yet. We passed the 100 mark before the 5th inning, which is always a goal. So the next goal is to get to 150 and beyond by the end of the game. So let's make that happen, guys. All right, here's the game. Bottom of the 4th, Nate Quinn leading off.
Stock is out of the game. So is Jonathan India.
So if you heard Gary Cohen, he said Jonathan India and Mike Moustakas both came out of the game. Matt Reynolds in second.
Center field to third base, and Albert Almore is now playing center field. Farmer was scratched because of a neck problem. And David Bell just lost 2 players in the same inning. India led off the inning with what was scored an infield hit and got forced at second. And so India's out. Moustakas is out. Reynolds and Almora are both in. Senzel moves to third
Come on,
base.
Tyler, let's go. Start it off.
To Nate Quinn, the full red. He found 2-1.
Yeah, that's not good for the Jets O-line, man. Not good.
Rough year. Started out 3-22. They've had, by all rights, as many injuries as any team in the majors. They've got 10 pitchers on the injured list right now.
They like to show it.
Well, by the way, for Senzel, it's only the 4th game he's ever played at third base in the major leagues.
All right, 3-1 count to Nate Quinn.
Let's see what happened to India. Did you?
No, I did not.
Escobar and McCann to follow after Nate Quinn in the whole 4th inning against Justin Dunn. And
Ball four. Leadoff four for Nicklin. All right, there we go.
Second walk given up by Dunn.
Yeah, that sucks, Joe. That really does suck.
Out of the batter's box. Let's see, he came up a little bit lame at the end. So he came out, and then the stock is.
I wouldn't say he messed up on that pick, but
first base.
you know, you can't predict injuries. You know, he wasn't injured in his college years, so again, it's just unfortunate. You know, it is a knee injury, which happens very often in football. Come on, Eddie, let's go. Lead off walk. Let's get some runs here.
We're stole a base against Dunn in the last inning. And double check on him. We're back at the career numbers for Justin Dunn. He's now given up 28 stolen bases in 29 tries in his major league career. So that's clearly came into this game feeling as though they could run on Dunn. And Lindor did. We'll see whether Naquin's inclined to. He's got 4 steals on the year.
And that's a shot, might be caught. It's in the right field gap, and 1 out. Yeah.
That's the first out. Download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch by pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your New York Mets. So 1 out and 1 on. And now James McCann, who had a base at center field, his first time up. McCann's third starts is coming off the injured list. He's now 2 for 7 since his return from an oblique injury. So that means that if Kyle Farmer's not available, and you have to assume he's not, otherwise he'd probably be in the game, the Reds only have their backup catcher, Austin Romine, left on their bench. It's the 4th inning.
And this might drop. No, it's not. 2 outs. Damn it. All right, Brendan Nimmo coming up with 2 outs and man on first.
So after the leadoff walk, Dunn gets a pair of fly ball outs. Not that far.
Oh, I like those hats.
Yeah, we'll get you one.
It's okay. I have a Stetson at home. I forgot to bring it. We played Houston. Remember? I was going to bring it because we played Texas, and I forgot to bring it.
Well, you could have brought it to Houston, but that would
nope, President, you didn't miss anything. 1 on, 2 outs for the Mets. Nimmo coming up.
Here's Nimmo, who's been hit by a pitch and struck out 0 for 1. Naquin at first with 2 out.
Come on, Brandon.
Both takes fastball down for ball 1. We were talking earlier about Eric Chavez, the Mets head coach. Yes. Did you know that yesterday Eric was inducted into the Oakland Athletics Hall of Fame?
Oh, congratulations to Eric.
He was in absentia because he was here, but he provided a
come on, Brandon.
A video for the folks in Oakland.
Very storied franchise in Oakland.
He had a great career with the A's.
I was there in high school when they turned the corner, when they moved from Kansas City. And they didn't take them long until they had that great run under Deep with Fish Hunter, Gene Tennis, Sal Bando, Joe Rudy,
Reggie Jackson,
Dick Green.
Brandon hits it to left field, should end the inning, and it does. Going to the top of the 5th, Mets still lead 3-1 with a 2-run lead. Yeah, it's unfortunate with Becton, but again, you can't predict injuries. You know, he's a big boy that plays the line, you know, works side to side. It's very easy to tear your ACL. I mean, we don't know exactly what it is, but if they think it's more serious than they thought, well, that's unfortunate because that really hurts the offensive line of the Jets. And now Font has to probably move back to the right side and get somebody or get one of your backups to be your left tackle, unfortunately. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, that sucks. But going back to the Mets, you know, got 3 runs on the board in the first couple of innings. Gave up 1 run last inning to the Reds. Still have a 2-run lead, but he's probably going to pitch 7 innings. With his pitch count is kind of low. I would take 6 innings, but I think he can pitch 7. Pitches 7 innings, still got the lead. I'll take it any day of the week. He's basically a number 3 and number 4 starter. So what do you expect from any 3 or 4 starter is 5, 6 innings, 1 or 2 runs. There you go. Yep. So much for those T-shirts he's wearing, right? He's going to shut up the media, and what happens? Again, you can't predict an injury. It's not like, he wanted to get injured. It happens. It's freaking football, for crying out loud. Yeah, Steve, sorry. I'm gonna time you out. There's no political stuff on this channel, so you can keep that to yourself. I don't care what political party you root for. I just don't want it here. So going to the top of the 5th, Mets lead 3-1. Let's listen in. I will be right back, guys.
For the first time since 2018. And now just 3 games behind the Braves. Fly ball out to left from Aquino. Comes Naquin to slide and make the catch. Tyler Naquin against his old team, making a sliding play to retire Aristides Aquino for the first out of the 5th.
Had a long way to run here. And just ensure with that late slide not to be crashing into any walls, and double security with the 2 hands. Well done.
Not often that you see a guy slide and use 2 hands. So Bassett, after a lot of soft contact, produced a run in the 4th, gets it out on 1 pitch in the 5th. And here's Jose Barrera, the shortstop, who struck out on 3 pitches his first time. Here takes a fastball for a strike. Curveball fouled off. Struck him out with that curveball his first time up. 6'2", 175. Came over from Cuba in 2018. He's a 20-year-old. He lines one the other way for a base hit. Guerrero down to the count 0-2, gets a fastball and hits it the other way.
That was a nice catch by Naquin, but 1 out single. Had to get a drink and some snacks, guys. A little hungry. Yeah, Bassett wasn't happy with that pitch. He's leaving those fastballs over the plate. And any fastball, a major leaguer can hit. So.
Yeah, Piersky takes curveball for a strike. So we had some question about the 2 changes the Reds made, how they were going to battle in the batting order. We got incorrect information, and now we have it correct. Albert Almora is hitting in the 1 spot, and Matt Reynolds is hitting in the 3 spot.
No champagne. I'll wait for that when the Mets win the World Series.
The dugout to let us know. So we appreciate it. We'll have to consult with the whole plate umpire.
So Reynolds third, Almora leading off.
So Almora should be on deck.
Okay.
There he is. It's okay. Piersky hit into a double play his first time up. Runner goes, pitch up ahead, the throw to second by McKinnon.
Got him. Nice. He might have got his hand in. But if not, there's 2 outs.
And felt as though he was safe.
He might be safe.
Right on the bag.
Guerrero felt as though he didn't get the initial tag down on the arm.
It's
And then
close.
the tag didn't come till there, in which case he would have been safe. And it looks like the Reds are going to
The Reds are going to challenge. He might have missed the tag.
Hit him on the arm. He got the ground. No, he didn't.
Oh, he might be safe, guys.
His hand stay in the bag. He should be safe.
The call in the field is out,
Sam Holbrook and Ron
so
Coba,
has to
one
be
of the crew chiefs in the replay center. Remember that
good
when you're
evidence to
judging
change
whether Lindor got the tag on the arm, that the strings of the glove do not count. You have to get the runner with the actual glove, not including the strings. It doesn't appear as though he made the tag until it hit him in the chest, at which point Herrera's hand was already into the bag. After review, the call on the field is overturned.
Yeah, he's safe. Good call.
So the Reds win their challenge. Herrera's first stolen base of the season, third of his career.
All right, so 1 out, man in scoring position. Bassett's got to bear down here. Let's go. Yes, he did.
1-1 the count.
Like it, he did get hit up this time. Well, Ruben, we said this pregame. The Reds might be a bad team record-wise, but they got a lot of good young players on this team. And you know, with young, hungry players, you never know what you're going to get from them.
Reds have two LSU Tigers in the lineup today. Papirski and Jake Fraley were teammates with LSU.
Come on, Chris. Nice pitch.
Fastball behind for a strike, and it's 2-2.
Come on.
The career switch hitting catcher. Some good ones.
Curveball, inside, ball 3.
Played with
He can't throw his
Yes, I did.
breaking pitches for a strike. That's a problem.
the years, though. It's hard not to be a catcher, much less trying to keep your swing sharp from both sides.
Come on, Chris.
Responsibility, call game.
The Braves are off today. Come on, Chris. Come on.
Bassett hasn't walked a batter yet tonight. It's 3-2 on Papirski with Albert Almora waiting on deck. First 3 innings came very easily for Bassett. The last 2 have been a little more troublesome.
He's only got 60 pitches, so he can go 7.
Herrera went second with 1 out, and Papirski takes
Oh,
a low ball
just
forward.
low.
Close.
That was
So
a nice
Reds have
pitch.
2 men on. So the 8-9 hitters get aboard.
That was close. That could have went either way.
Bassett will deal with the former vet Albert Almora.
Yeah, no.
Well,
Tie and run is on base. Former Met Albert Amora Jr. is coming into the game. Well, he was into the game.
Much better year for the Reds. He's at 186 at bats.
No, he tried to make the perfect pitch, but if you look at the strike zone on game day on the screen, that pitch could have went either way. So, no, I'm actually eating a brownie.
It's on the outside corner at the knee. It's 0-1.
I had a big lunch, so have some snacks. Why not?
That's a very muggy night. I don't have to tell you folks at home.
Come on, Chris. Let's go. Double play ball. Nice pitch.
Takes a big rip and a
0-2.
high slider, and it's 0-2. Probable starters for the remainder of the series brought to you by City. Carlos Carrasco goes after his 13th win tomorrow. The veteran lefty Mike Minor for the Reds. And then Taiwan Walker for the Mets on Wednesday. It's not going to be Duggar. He just went on the injured list. T.J. Swink will get the start for the Reds on Wednesday. It'll be his Reds debut.
Come on.
0-2 coming to Almora.
Don't leave anything on the plate here. He's a free swinger. We know that.
Back to the bat.
Double play ball? It is. Yes. There we go. 1-6-3 double play to end the inning. Bassett gets out of the 5th inning. Only with 64 pitches. I believe that's what it was. 64 pitches through 5. Easily can go 7 innings with no problem. Probably has a pitch count around 90 to 94, 95. Get 7 innings from Bassett, 1 run. I'll take it. Mets lead 3-1 going to the bottom of the 5th. The Mets will have up 2, 3, and 4, I believe. I think Nimmo made the last out. So it's 2, 3, 4 for the Mets. Gotta get some runs here. It's a little too, anything can happen in the 2-run lead. Anybody can hit home runs. Anybody can, they're professional ball players. As much as we think we can just beat up the Reds, they're a sneaky team. They definitely can be. But Mets still lose 3-1 through 5 innings so far. They're coming up in the bottom of the 5th. See if they can get a couple of runs here. I would like a couple of runs. Let's make it a little more interesting. So Marte, Lindor, and Alonso, big boys are coming up. It really depends, Ruben. Diaz pitched yesterday. I would actually not really want to use him today, even if it is a save situation. Lugo's probably available. May's probably available. Like I said, it really depends. Bendinucci. Sometimes Showalter kind of surprises me sometimes with the bullpen usage. Because again, you don't expect the Reds to beat up on a pitching staff. Again, you want to use as many guys. You don't want to lose too many big guys in these type of games, especially when the team you should be beating. So again, I want to use our big guys because we do got a couple of series coming up where we're going to need a lot of our guys. I know we have an off day on Thursday, but again, there's a couple of guys that are rested. So we'll see. But going to the bottom of the 5th, Mets lead 3-1. See if the Mets can get a couple more runs here and give a little bit of breathing room to Bassett.
He likes the call. Doesn't like it. Its location. He shook off the 2 locations up, away, 1. It's a fastball.
And then he didn't hit the location.
And ball, he got close enough. He got double play.
He did get the double play ball after all that.
So I've never seen that before. Interesting.
Starting Marte with a 2-run homer back in the 1st inning, leads off in the home 5th against Justin.
All right, Marte, let's go. Justin Dunn is putting together a good pitching outing. 61 pitches, started in the 5th, only 3 runs. It's not bad for Justin Dunn. Come on, Solid.
Gets a breaking ball and fouls it off. 0-2.
Now here's the difference in the game. Got the Mets on the board in the 1st inning again.
As of right now, Marte's home run is the winning hit so far. I'm definitely going to Saturday's game. It's my birthday, so I'm definitely going.
I think he liked it.
0-2 count to Marte. Ball 1.
Takes up an 1-2. Justin Dunn making his Reds debut and doing it on the mound. That he always hoped to be pitching from as a Mets first-round draft pick. He's never pitched here before. And now his first game for the Reds is against the Mets.
Marte, base hit to left field. Leadoff hit. Good start, getting the big boys up. Ruben, thank you for the early birthday. Thank you.
Hard pressed.
Breaking ball is down, but it's over the middle. And that's where Marte likes it.
So runner at first, and we'll see if Marte's inclined to run against Dunn. Lindor stole a base that led to the 3rd inning. After lining out his first time up, he walked.
Nah, Ruben, I'm still 21. Gotta be 21. Gotta get those drinks legally. All right, Ruben. President, let me know. Just send me a comment on my channel if you're there, and maybe we can hook up. And if you're old enough to have a beer or whatever, just to say hi.
Started the day 7th in the league in runs scored. On hold by Dunn as he tries his best to hold that runners close. He's got 4 in his career. He's allowed 28 steals in 29 tries. It's the 26th start of his career. First 25 came for Seattle.
Come on, Frankie, let's go.
Marte has 13 for the season, and he's running. The throw by
Marte's running, and he's safe. Beats it out.
Marte steals the base. It's 14. The Mets are on their horse. So the Mets taking major liberties against Justin.
And they didn't call that a strike against. They did call it a strike against Lindor. Interesting.
Good job.
0-2 count for Lindor, but got him in a scoring position with nobody out. At the very least, get the runner over the third with less than 2 outs.
Pitchers
Come on.
struggles to hold runners. The Mets have gone through this with various pitchers over the years, not more so than the Syndergaard. There's just not much you can do to stop the running game. Syndergaard hasn't changed. Still giving up stolen bases in droves. Mets are going to miss him in the series coming up this weekend against the Phillies. Maybe they'll see him in the series next weekend in Philadelphia. Roll 1 and 2. Jabot's up in the bullpen.
Come on.
Dunn's first start, 67 pitches. But the tether is on him tonight.
Good eye, Frankie. Good eye.
Trying to lay off. Did he go? No. He said no swing. 2 and 2.
Oh, they're definitely lurking, Ryan.
What's
up, Terry?
Left the game. Jonathan India left the game with a right hamstring injury. That's the same one that cost him 2.5 months earlier this season. So that's some bad news for the Reds.
Oh, yeah. Get out. Oh, he made the catch. Takes a home run from Lindor. Damn it. God damn it. Well, at the very least, we got the runner to third base with less than 2 outs. Damn it. That would have been a home run for sure. Nice catch.
I believe it's the top of the fence and goes over here.
Can't do anything about that.
That's definitely a home run if he doesn't catch.
What a nice play.
Marte learned the tank and went to third.
Damn.
That's 2 runs right there.
Nice base running by Marte.
All right, we still got the opportunity to get a run in here.
So Mora brought into the game after the dual injuries that the Reds suffered. Makes a highlight-worthy play to help out Justin Dunn. Marte now third with 1 out. The Reds will have to bring the infield in to face Alonso.
Come on, Pete. Base it.
National League 95 runs driven in. Pete has flied to center and struck out today 0 for 2. And Alonso pops
Oh,
one
my
up.
God. Infield. God damn it.
And Senzel, and Senzel in foul
2 outs.
territory to make the catch.
Jesus.
And that's the second out. So now Dunn with a chance to get through the inning.
He did his 3 at-bats. He's angry at himself. In his 3 at-bats against Dunn, he's been out of sync.
Well, they've got the left-hander up in the bullpen. And David Bell is on his way to the mound. So it looks like they want to bring in the left-hander to face Vogelbach, and we'll see if...
All right. They're bringing in the righty for Dunn. Vogelbach is probably still going to stay in the game since it's a right-handed pitcher. Vogelbach already got an RBI single today to get the third run of the ball game. Let's see if he can get another run in with 2 outs. Michael, member of Talking Mets, Rob. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Well, Ruben, he used to be in the Mets farm system before they traded him, so he's not bad. You know, he's not as good as most people expected, but he kept the Mets to 3 runs, so he pitched well. You're right, Michael. You're right. Once again, guys, you're just tuning in. Don't forget to please hit on that like button. You're here on Talking Mets at Rob. Mets live stream, Mets versus Reds. Got game day up, got the sound of the game from the SOI broadcast, and you got my instant reactions during the entire game. If you're new to the channel, just subscribe, say what's up, get a shout out, and hopefully you keep on coming back for more live streams during Mets games, news, rumors, everything you need to know about the Mets right here on Talking Mets at Rob. So just waiting for the pitching chains, come back from commercial. Mets had a guy on second with 1 out. And, nobody out. Lindor hit a bomb to right center field, and Albert Mora Jr. robbed them of a home run. Marte tagged from second, went to third with 1 out. Alonso pops up in the infield to make it 2 outs. Now the pitching change, bringing in a right-hander. Vogelback's probably still going to be in the game. And he did hit a 2-out base hit with McNeil on second base to give the Mets the third run. Let's see if he can get another 2-out RBI to make it 4-1 for the Mets to give them back a 3-run lead. So just waiting for the commercial to come back, and it's back. Come on, Vogie, get it done.
A whole lot of traffic. It's Monday.
Let's hope so, President.
Justin Dunn, 70
Yeah, DeMarco.
first start for the Reds. I have to think he just hit his pitch count. I agree.
Well, the Cardinals kicked the Yankees' ass, which is very nice to see.
Over a year. So Justin's out of the game after 4 2/3. Gave up 5
All right,
hits and
Ian
3 runs.
Gibbet,
Now Ian
Gibbot,
will try and get the
Jabot,
final out in the fifth.
right-hander, so Vogie's in the game still. See if he can get a 2-out RBI here. Come on, Vogie. Lefties are hitting 429 against him. Jesus.
Over 5. So he faces the left-hand hitter, Vogelback, and throws a fastball on the inside edge for a strike. Jabot started the year with Cleveland, pitched for 1 game for them, went on waivers to the Dodgers, who never used him, and then on waivers to the Reds, for whom he's making his 12th appearance. Marte has a huge lead at third base because there's nobody playing anywhere near him. Senzel, the third baseman, is 35, 40 feet away. So Piersky looks him back, but there's no reason for Marte to go back. Correct.
Ah, Vogie, let's go.
Far down the line as that third baseman is off the line.
That would drive Mackey, Sasser, some distraction.
Vogelback had an RBI single his last time up.
Ball 2.
Oh, this is
All
high.
right.
Two balls and a
Great
strike.
eye at the plate by Vogelback.
Jabot, Tulane University. He's listed at 6'3", 250.
He's a big guy.
Fullback listed at 270. It's a heavyweight matchup.
Some big boys on the mound and at the plate. Vogelback takes a strike, 2-2.
Anybody in these circumstances considers trying to steal home.
Yeah, Milwaukee, I wouldn't be
He never
surprised
sees
either,
straight steals
honestly.
at home, but Marte's fast enough. He's coming halfway down the line on his primary league.
Huh.
And
Basic.
now they're sending the shortstop over to the left side. He's even further away. Keep coming, Starlin. Look at Mark. Look at keep coming. We'll walk all the way home. They're giving it to you.
Vogie fouls it off, staying alive.
And the fact that you have a
Millennium, thank you for becoming a subscriber, buddy. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoyed the channel. And let's beat those damn Reds. Can't agree more. Christian, a member of Talking Mets Rob. What's up, baby? Seriously, Marte can come all the way home if he wanted to. There's nobody playing anywhere near third base. It's crazy. Vogelback takes ball 3. Full count.
He's distracting Jabot ever so slightly.
He's not moving. There's no one there. He really doesn't have to go back.
Millennium Dicky, buddy. I appreciate it.
Closer to him than the shortstop is.
Hopefully, keep on coming back for more.
It's crazy. 3-2 down to Vogelback with McNeil on deck.
And he strikes out. Damn it. All right, so the Mets didn't score. Game still is 3-1. Mets had an opportunity with less than 1 out to get the runner from third, and they did not. But the Mets still lead 3-1, going to the top of the sixth. Bassett coming back out for the sixth inning. See if he can get back to where he was early in the first 2 innings, where he pitched really well. Because he has struggled the last 2 innings, but found a way to only give up 1 run. But so far, so good. Mets still in the lead, so we're not that worried as of yet. Yeah, Ruben, I know. Like I said, he's actually pretty quick on his feet. I know he's a big boy, but he can get around the bases. He gets some momentum, man. That weight's gonna pull him around. And you know what? First to home. And you know what? He didn't even look tired. He ran right into the dugout. So it was pretty cool. But once again, guys, a couple of new subscribers that just said what's up. I do appreciate you guys finding the channel and subscribing to the channel. And make sure you come back for more, guys. It's not just live streams during the Mets games. It's also Mets Talk Live during off days. Whatever news that pops up regarding the Mets, I usually go live or put up a video. And during the off season, with all the rumors and all that stuff going around, doing a lot of videos and going live during that as well. So I do as many live streams as I can during the Mets games. I try to go for 3 or 4 a week if that's possible, but with work schedule and all that stuff, and it's summer, so everybody wants to go out and have fun and party and all that stuff. It's kind of hard to do it on an everyday basis, which I would love to. Listen, sooner or later, this is going to be an everyday thing with the live stream. That would be pretty cool. I was thinking about doing live streams, even if I have to go to work, just leaving on the live stream with the game and then going from there. But, if I'm not home, ain't nobody here to turn it off. So it's just going to remain live. So that's never a good thing. So, but, sooner or later, I'm going to do as many games as I can on a regular basis. So top of the sixth, Mets lead. God. 3-1. Escobar bobbled the ball, and it's a leadoff. They should call it a hit because it wasn't an easy play. So not a good start for the inning for the Mets.
Had a long pop here. Escobar usually makes that play. He played it properly.
And now throw it out Senzo anyway because he gets down the line so well.
Mets are looking good. But you know what? Bassett's struggling a tad against this Reds team, and the defense is not necessarily helping him right now. Escobar wasn't an easy play, but he should have had that.
That's a tough one to lay off, particularly when it's down. Now, a right-hander, the ball's breaking away, and you can.
Well, Todd, if he gets on steroids and gets caught, then wow. Then he's out for the year. Then what?
It's not easy pitch to hit, but I just thought the Braves were.
Got to be careful with Matt Reynolds. They got some power.
And there's your difference in a little bit.
Come on, Chris.
That strikes out a lot, but are free swingers.
Oh, where is that pitch?
And you got a pitcher that has command with that kind of slide. And if they're going to, just like Steve Carlton, if you started swinging at that slider that was off the plate, that's all he would do was feed it to you. He was that good. So is DeGrom.
The former Matt Reynolds at the plate for the first time. Took over at second base after 2 players went out for the
nice pitch. Strike 2.
When I face a guy with a tight slider or a down breaking ball, usually when it's a slider, it's not like a curveball. Curveball is going to start an arc, so it's going to start up with the shoulders. Slider's down here, it's going to start low on the strike zone. So you have to pick it up out of the hand of the pitcher.
Come on, Chris.
Continue after the pitch.
Fouled it off.
And you have to find out, okay, if it starts here and it breaks down to the knee, it's a strike. Anything below this point is going to be a ball low. Now, the counter to that is you saw the
Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry about game day. It showed on my studio. It just didn't show on yours. All right, my bad.
horizontal slider on you, and you're in trouble. It's not going to break down out of the strike zone.
Come on,
It's going to
Chris.
be at the knees. That's why he's one of the greatest pitchers, in the game today. And
DeMarco,
a great pitcher in
I'd love to.
generation, any era, along with Mr. Scherzer.
I mean, he's throwing his
Come on,
slider
Chris.
93 to 95 miles per hour. And I have to think, Keith, that you were a guy who could
Nice,
go on
strike
and
three.
stare strikes
Nice
out wells
pitch.
for the first time.
It's a high curveball
Detect spin on a
for the
slider
second out.
and identify
Excuse me, for the first
there are
out.
gonna be guys who see that pitch and think it's a fastball, and then it turns out to be a slider.
Another thing, too, is confidence. Everything speeds up. I found myself when I was older and I was late in Cleveland where I couldn't catch up. Then I rush everything instead of letting the breaking ball come and take my time. I'm rushing. You almost hit panic. And I had a conversation. I've said this before.
And
Ooh.
Votto was in by the pitch.
He hit Votto
and
on the
Reds
first
up the
pitch.
tying runs on base.
Jesus.
I had a conversation years ago on a flight with Mike Schmidt, and you're talking a Hall of Famer, over 500 home runs, and Mike told me he could not read the spin on a slider. Therefore, he had to look area or guess. I was stunned when he told me that. So you're right.
So, if you go up
Okay,
and down
Millennium,
a
that's cool.
Braves lineup, how many of those guys can identify a 95
All right, one out,
mile an hour
first and
pitch
second.
as a slider
Mets lead
and
3-1,
know
top of
where
the
it's gonna break
sixth.
off the plate or will be a
Solano
fastball
is
sitting
up
the outside
with
corner.
the tying
Also,
runs
the mental
on
side
base.
of the pitcher
Bassett's got to bear down here. Struggling the last couple of innings now. Not making it easy for himself. Only has 72 pitches, though.
against the hitter.
Can't get his breaking balls for a strike.
Puts
Big
that
problem.
hitter in any kind of doubt. That hitter is finished. Kaput.
Big moment now for Chris Bassett. Feels
Come
like
on,
the Mets
Chris,
should
let's
be
go.
further ahead, but it's only a 3-1 lead with the tying runs on base, and Solano takes that pitch down, and it's 2-0.
Jesus Christ.
That home run saving catch by Almora in the last half inning is moving very large right now. As Bassett tries to negotiate this sixth inning, just a 2-run lead. Solano's hit the ball hard twice to the right side and lined out to Alonso, and then he singled hard to right.
Come on, Chris.
Second, Votto at first, and
All
Solano
right,
takes
there's
a
a
strike
strike.
on the outside edge, 2-1. Bassett's kept his pitch count in reasonable territory, 75 pitches with 1 out of the 6th.
Oh, that was a hanging slider, but he missed it. Wasn't a good pitch.
Today than it was yesterday.
Extreme.
After the game,
Nobody's warming up yet.
5 of his relievers were unavailable. He basically had the guys he used: Jorge Rodriguez and Edwin Diaz. Torelli got 7 outs in his most important effort as a bat.
He saved the bullpen. The unsung hero of that game.
It's the
Come on,
guy
Chris,
who
let's
beat
go.
out
Come on.
today.
Big out of here.
2-2 coming. Solano takes
Ah,
that piece of
nice
that
pitch,
slider
but he
instead
fouled
of
it
the
off.
at-bat.
Damn.
Also very interesting that Buck said to us was everybody in that bullpen came to him and said, if you, there's the Diaz family, if I can pitch if they need me. Everybody said they were going to answer the bell, but Buck wasn't going to do it.
Come on, Chris, let's go.
2-2 to Solano.
Nice pitch. Strike 3.
The slower slider that time.
Nasty slider. 74 miles an hour. Getting a big strikeout for the second out.
Love the basket.
One more. Come on. Yep, the Diaz family is in the house.
Way out in front here. That's Bassett's game.
It's almost like crazy.
Those Bassett hounds, I tell you, they're murder.
They have minds of their own. Very independent.
All right, Chris, come on. Bear down here.
Swagger. Tim Fraley takes the breaking ball down for ball 1. Fraley is popped up and grounded into a fielder's choice. First 3 innings were very easy for Bassett. The last three have been much more problematic. You got the double play to get out of the fifth. Now dealing with a couple of base runners in the sixth.
Come on.
And
Nice
Fairman
pitch.
takes a strike with the cutter, and it's 1-1.
Well, Christian, they got to give up a lot because he's under control. It's going to take a lot to get him. One count, 2 outs, 2 on, 2-run lead for the Mets in the top of the sixth. Bassett has struggled the last 3 innings, but only gave up 1 run in that process. Curveball, ground ball, slow, not going to be easy. I beat it. Shit. God damn it. What bad luck. Can't do nothing about that. All right, they're calling to the bullpen to get somebody warm up. Damn it. Can't do nothing about that. Fast runner, slow ground ball, tough play for Escobar. Did everything he can. Got him by a step. Damn. All right, bases loaded, 2 outs. The bullpen is warming up. 81 pitches for Bassett.
Christopher Morel with a 2-run shot on Sanchez. Cubs up 3-0 in the bottom of the third. Back to you, Gary.
It's painful to watch those Nationals. Painful.
Mets 21-28. That was not. I don't care how good you are a defender. There's no way you're going to get a fast runner like that. It was a tough play. All right, Aquino is up. Got to be careful here.
To do some major damage here. That's 3, Reds 1. Reds up the bases loaded at 2 out. Aquino hit a weak ground ball to the right side for an infield hit in the third, then flied out to left on a sliding play by Nate.
All right. Come on, Chris. Started with a ball. Not good.
Bassett has given up 7 hits in this game. 4 of the 7 have been infield hits. And 2 of them in this inning. He hasn't been hit hard, but he's in trouble.
That was not a good pitch. Thank God he fouled it off.
Using the pitch com to send out the signs. Bassett shakes once, shakes twice.
Come on, Chris.
1-1 to Aquino. Broken bat looper.
Catch it. Yes. Out of the inning. Good pitch by Bassett to break his bat and gets the third out. 6 solid innings with run ball. Last 3 innings. Very not an easy 3 innings for Bassett, but found a way to get through 6 innings with just giving up 1 run. He might be done after this 6th inning. He's only at 83 pitches, so he could go 1 more inning. If I'm Buck Showalter, I'd throw him out there 1 more inning and get the bullpen ready just in case. But I give him 1 more inning, see what he can do, and if he can't do it, you got the bullpen ready to go. But I give him 7 innings. It helps our bullpen a little bit. He can get through the 7th with no problem. Then you have your pick of the litter, 48. And, of course, if you want, Diaz for the 9th. So the Mets are in the driver's seat here. Excuse me. It would be nice if they could score some damn runs. They had multiple opportunities after their 3rd run of the game to get at least 4 or 5 runs. Can't do nothing about Almora making that catch, the robber homer from Francisco Lindor. That would have made it 5-1. But they had opportunities to get base hits there with less than 2 outs with runners on. Didn't get it done. But now, bottom of the 6th, got to get more runs. Ken, is he pitching well? Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's pitching well. Again, the 4 out of the 7 hits are infield hits. I mean, what are you going to do about that? But you know what? He did put, he had runners on. He's got out of it. Look, signs of always a good pitcher is what Bassett is doing. He clearly don't have his great stuff. Like, he is missing a lot of pitches with his breaking stuff. He can't throw breaking balls for a strike. That's been the problem. But he's a good pitcher who knows how to pitch and getting out of tough situations like he has the last couple of innings. And that's a sign of a good pitcher. again, Chris Bassett is considered our third starter, right? Considering what we seen him as when we got him, right? He's the third starter. As your third starter, you want your starter to go 5 or 6 innings, 2 or 3 runs. Well, he went 6 innings, giving up 1 run. No matter how you got there, you only gave up 1 run. So that's a quality start in my book. I think Buck's going to let him go out 1 more inning and see what happens. All right, McNeil leading off, 3-1 Mets, bottom of the 6th.
Leads off against Ian Chipo, who gets a changeup in for a strike, 0-1. McNeil had a base hit in the second to extend his hitting streak to 11 games. Fly down to the third. Fouls away fastball. It's 0-2. Starter Justin Dunn went 4 2/3, allowed 3 runs, 5 hits in his Reds debut. This is the Mets' 110th game. It's the 48th time in the 110 game where the opposing starter failed to get through 5 innings.
Come on, Jeff.
48 out of 110. That is the most in the majors, and it's a tribute to the way the Mets have grinded their at-bats and made opposing starters work.
Yeah, and you know what?
They remind me
That's because of the media,
in a lot
of other
ways,
teams, other players that are not giving teams
they only
credit.
had that year that
Yet, for some
Jack
reason,
Clark is
they only
the
talk about the
power
DeGrom and Scherzer, but they
hitter
can never hit.
4-hole, like
Sorry.
Pete. But
Again, I'm looking at the wrong
Lucas
stream.
Seabass
Sorry about that,
obviously
guys.
is a stolen base that the Cardinals had.
And they keep on forgetting about those 3 guys who would be a number 3 starter in any rotation in baseball. Yeah, Olivia Newton-John passed away.
Nobody
Unfortunately.
knows getting starters out.
Come on, Jeff.
5 innings. That just didn't happen. They were correct.
Unless they really knock them out.
And McNeil strikes out on a breaking ball. 1 out.
And Chipo has struck out both of the hitters he's faced. 1 out in the 6th. With the Mets offense ranks. Not pictured there is the fact that they have the second fewest strikeouts of any team in the National League, and that's a big factor because they put balls in play. They lead the league in infield hits as a result. Tonight, it's the other team getting the infield hits.
Now you're going to see the movie Grease on probably for the next week. On and on and on. All right, so Tyler Naquin coming up. 1 out, nobody on in the bottom of the 6th.
What the Mets were doing offensively might be unsustainable, but at least for 110 games, it has been sustainable.
He's staying disciplined at the plate. And I think, Eric wasn't that kind of not Billy Ball, excuse me. That Oakland A's Moneyball. Yeah.
Popped up. Should be 2 outs. And it is.
Fell around 2 out.
But this team isn't looking, they're not looking to like those Oakland teams that took so much to get the pitchers count up and get them out. This team is just disciplined, good knowledge of strike zone, and they battle their at-bats because they don't swing at bad pitches, and they're not home run hitters.
Right. Well, the A's philosophy was all about walks and home runs.
Right.
Which, did not originate with Billy Beane or Moneyball. I mean, Earl Weaver was the proponent back in the 60s.
Come on, Eddie.
Pitching defense and 3-run homers. That was all about that.
He had that smallish ballpark in Baltimore back then. He had Brooks Robinson, Luke Powell, Frank Robinson.
This team is more reminiscent of the Kansas City teams of the last decade, of the Giants teams that won the 3 World Series in the last decade, making contact, putting the ball in play. To Escobar, who's lined out and flied out. And they've also got a bit of the 90s Yankees in them, in that they do work a lot of deep counts. That's one thing that team was known for.
And we knew that at the start of the year. And a lot of that, the infield hits, are just the hustle out of the box.
And not striking out.
Put the ball in play, something's going to happen. Something can happen.
2 outs, 2 strikes, bottom of the 6th, 3-1 Mets.
1-2 to Escobar with 2 out.
Another thing, too, here, it's a pretty good 3-4 combination with Lindor and Pete. And I feel that this team here intimidates.
And the stupid wave
I
at
don't
City
think they
Field.
intimidate the opposing team like the
God, I
Cardinals
hate the
ability
Rays.
did, because they would always have to be on your toes. They can steal bases, but they intimidate pitchers, and it's only one rule with a legitimate power hitter on the lineup.
Little blue
Escobar,
behind third base,
and they
comes
make
left
the
fielder
catch.
Fred make the catch.
To end the inning, Mets 3, Reds 1, going to the top of the 7th, and Chris Bassett is coming back out for the 7th. Like to see that. The wave is so stupid. I freaking hate it. So, top of the 7th, 3-1 Mets. Mets had numerous opportunities to score some runs, but did not do it, guys. And you know what? Honestly, the Mets are kind of due for a game like this where they can't get the runners in from scoring position for the many times they have. Carrasco pitches tomorrow, Terry. But I do think that, listen, we win this game. We didn't play our best, and we won. You know, luckily we play a bad team, and it helps us. You know, you're going to have these games. You know, I'd rather have the games like this against the Reds than having them against the Phillies. Because looking at the schedule for the rest of the month, give me a second. So for the rest of the month, you know, it's not going to be easy. After the Reds, we got Philly, Atlanta, Philly, Yankees. Then it gets a little bit easier. We get the Rockies. And then we play the Dodgers for 2 at home. I'm sorry. The Dodgers for 3. 2. That didn't make no sense. The Dodgers for 3. And then September, we got Washington, Pittsburgh, Miami, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Oakland, Miami, and then the Braves at the end of the year. So, yeah, I don't like it either. You know, Bassett hopefully gets through the 7th, so you're only going to need maybe 1, possibly 2 pitches for the 8th and the 9th. So 3-1 Mets, top of the 7th. Chris Bassett pitching the 7th. Let's see what he can do. Come on. Let's go.
Who has had to tiptoe around trouble each of the last 3 innings.
The Reds have left 6 men on base the last
Exactly,
3
yeah.
innings. Bases loaded last inning.
Jose Barrero had a base hit to right his last time out.
Ground ball, first pitch should be 1 out. And it is. 1 pitch, 1 out. We like that.
In the 7th. Let's check in with the studio. Chris Williamson's got another game break. So all yours, Chris.
Thanks, Gary. Orioles and Blue Jays bottom 3. Orioles leading 4-1. Ryan Mountcastle hits a home run to left. Him and Anthony Santander go back-to-back. His 15th on the season.
Baltimore
Orioles
beating up
6-2
the Blue
now,
Jays
the bottom
6-2.
of the 6.
4 games over 500 for them.
Tampa Bay and Seattle had the 3 wild card spots in the American League with the Orioles and Guardians 2 games behind. White Sox 3
And the game day is
behind.
not on
Red
again. Sorry,
Sox
guys.
5
Again, I
behind.
got 2 screens to show my studio work that has it, and then what you see is not. Sorry.
Right now, unless the Giants recover,
It's a Monday. Sorry, guys.
4 teams going after 3 spots for that wild card. Curveball for a strike to Papierski, and it's 0-2. Papierski's grounded into a double play and walked 0 for 1. Fouls off the fastball.
Yeah, you know what? The Mets got one of the easier schedules in September. You got to take advantage of it. But you know what? August is not going to be easy. I already said the schedule. Yankees, Braves, Phillies multiple times. It's not going to be an easy schedule.
Clear and get that good snap on that.
Come on, Chris.
curveball.
Finish off strong.
Arm in front.
The fastball to Papierski, 1-2. Coming out more waiting on deck. Bass has thrown as many as 110 pitches in a game this year. Trying to get through 7 tonight.
Come on, Chris. Got him. Strike 3. 2 up. There we go.
Throwing up and in with the previous pitch. And he's got his 6th strikeout of the night.
He's really mixed
There we
his
go.
pitches.
We like to
He's
see it.
found that in this lineup, he's jammed a lot of right-hand hitters. There's a ball that really has lots of play. Look at that movement.
2 out now. Almora up for the 2nd time. Took over in center field after Jonathan India and Mike Moustakas both left the game in the 4th. Moustakas with a calf injury, India with a hamstring injury. Almora made a great catch to Ron Lindor of a 2-run homer. Otherwise, the Mets would have a larger lead in this game. And he lines one the other way.
And a 2-out base hit for
So the guy
Almora.
who didn't start the game has contributed with his glove and now with his bat.
Damn.
2-out single for Almora.
Yeah, 10 o'clock start against the Mariners for the
Pete
Yankees.
Alonso, his former teammate.
Pass ball away. A little bit of an inside out.
It's 8 hits now against Bassett. Very few have been hit hard. Nick Senzel has one of them, a ground ball infield hit in the 6th.
Come on, Chris.
Senzel takes up and in, and he's arguing catcher's interference, I believe.
He didn't swing. He checked swing.
Doesn't matter. We found that out earlier this
That's
year.
right.
We had a similar play on a check swing where the catcher's glove hit the bat, and it
So
was
apparently it
called
might be catcher's interference.
And the Reds are going to challenge it. Got it. Definitely hit the glove.
Yeah, he hit the glove.
So that is going to be overturned, and it is going to be a catcher's interference. And they're going to have the tying runs on base again.
Well, it's going to be probably 1st and 2nd with 2 outs.
I forgot how to score that here.
It's an error on the catcher, no at bat for the hitter. Buck Showalter is out to talk to the first base umpire, Pat Hoberg.
I think Buck likes to go talk to them just to let them know that he knows that.
I'm very fooled by the Yankees record.
that rule
Honestly,
as well as
they got a lot of guys on that team that are playing well above the back of the baseball card. Most of them are coming back to earth.
Let's get the
Which,
after review. The call on the field is overturned.
yep, 1st and 2nd, 2 outs. It is an error on the catcher with no at bat for the hitter. So James McCann gets an error on the play.
And really, it wasn't the sinker. You see right there, he's over the thin part of the seam. That's why it's called a two-seamer. But it's across it instead of with it.
Right.
That's the only unusual difference.
And
it
he's got his fingers crossed below the ball.
And it really didn't sink. It ran. It ran around almost a foot on a horizontal plane.
So the tying runs are on base. Here's Matt Reynolds, his 2nd at bat of the game. Another former Met, struck out his first time up. Almora at 2nd, Senzel at 1st with 2 down after a single and a catcher's interference. And Reynolds dials back a first pitch fastball, 95. That's as hard as any pitch Bassett's thrown tonight. Bassett trying to get through the 7th inning for the 6th time this year. There's nobody up in the Mets bullpen. So
All right,
Buck
so
is counting on
this
his
is going to be
veteran
Bassett.
right-hander to get him there. 94 pitches deep on a humid night. Moore and Senzel both run well.
Come on, Chris. Popped it up. It should end the inning. And Marte got it. Yes. All right. Good, solid 7 innings for Bassett with 1 run. And he, if you read Bassett's lips, he said, "I'm good." I don't know if that means he might want to come out for the 8th. We'll see. So far, so good. Mets still hold a 2-run lead. Bassett had multiple runners on for multiple innings, but still kept it to 1 run. Again, not his best performance, but definitely a bulldog mentality performance. Sticking, trying to do his best, and you know what? Couple of infield hits kind of hurt him during the game, but good pitches find a way to battle out of it, and that's exactly what Chris Bassitt has done. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button. We're going to the bottom of the 7th. Mets lead 3-1, and we're just waiting for the commercial to come back for the Mets to take their at bat in the 7th inning stretch, and the Mets lead 3-1. Once again, guys, if you want to become a member of Talking Mets with Rob, please do that by Wednesday so you can be in the running for the free giveaway mystery box. If you win, you get a free mystery box with multiple items that I'll be sending to you. If you win, you'll get a nice mystery box of a couple of things I'll throw in a box and send your way. So make sure if you want to thinking about becoming a member, please do it by Wednesday so I can put the list together for the Wheel of Fortune, so the wheel can randomly select the winner, and the members can get a chance of winning a free mystery box. And just so you guys know, at the end of the year, I will be doing a Mets jersey giveaway for members only. Whoever wins gets to choose their size jersey, color, blue, pinstripe white, black, whatever you want, any name or number you want on it. And that will be yours at the end of the year. So make sure you become a member before then so you have the opportunity to win the possible Mets jersey. So going to the bottom of the 7th, unfortunately, Albert Amora robbed the homer from Lindor. That would have made it 5-1. Gave a nice little cushion for the Mets, but he made a nice catch, and the Mets couldn't capitalize on runners in scoring position and keep the lead at 3-1. So let's see if the Mets can get some runs here. That would be very nice. So, bottom of the 7th, Mets will have who will the Mets have up? 9-1-2, McCann, Nimmo, Marte. Luis Cessa is in the game for the Reds. Putting game day up now.
For 5 years, and now his second year with the Reds, James McCann takes a slider for a strike. McCann is 1 for 2, single to center, fly to center. Reds 1 run and 8 hits. The Mets 3 runs and 5 hits. Chris Bassitt has been a master at sidestepping trouble. 8 left on the last 4 innings. It's a good slider by Cessa, and it's 0-2.
More like a curveball, Gary. It's got luck down. Bullpen empty. We're going to get 8. Out of Mr. Bassitt.
It was interesting as Bassitt completed the top of the 7th. As he was walking off the mound, even before he got to the foul line, he was mouthing to the dugout to Buck Showalter, presumably, "I'm good," as in, going to go out there for the 8th. But apparently has taken him at his word. There's nobody up.
All right, so Chris Bassitt looks like he's going to be pitching the 8th.
95 pitches. He's gone 8 innings.
I don't mind
this
that.
year. He's thrown
Save our bullpen as much as we can.
So he's going to get the crack at least starting the 8th. Votto set to lead off for the Reds.
The most innings he's pitched in the game is 7. He's done it now 5.
He went 8 once.
But did it go 8-1?
Yeah.
What did I miss that? Yes, you're right. Of course you're
Come
right.
on.
Against Milwaukee. 3-hit shutout ball.
Nimmo and Marte to follow after McCann here in the 7th.
At least one more run. Round ball, broken bat. Should be an easy out, and it is 1 out.
SNY Play Ball, presented by Toyota, is back looking to help local football leagues in need continue play in 2022, providing grants, clinics, and equipment donations. The deadline for applications is Thursday. If you know a local football league in need, apply today at sny.tv/playball.
Roughing up long.
Yanks one foul. Well, you know, perhaps the young man was served what we were. Oh, our friend Russ Relkin, who normally works at our booth, has the night off. Well, what does he do on his night off?
He's here with his family.
He brings us Shake Shack shakes.
It's chocolate. What flavor was yours?
Chocolate. And, you know, there's enough sugar in there to
Come on,
rev you up for
Brandon.
the rest of the night. So perhaps that young man got a delivery as well.
You like strawberry shakes?
I prefer the vanilla, actually.
I asked a specific question.
I would drink a
Come on.
strawberry shake, sure.
You like banana shake?
Hey, I'll take it as long as we win. 3-2 doesn't matter.
To know that the next time I bring you a shake.
I'm not because the Yankees can't hit good
For the
pitches
first time.
ever.
Wanted to the demo with Marte on deck.
Shake Shack burgers are not bad.
Mets have not
Not bad
lost
at
a
all.
season series to the Reds since 2013. They have beaten the Reds 35 of their last 50 meetings.
Oh boy.
Including 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati earlier this year. But the Reds have given them a tussle tonight. That's been unable to break away, and Bassett has really had to hold the fort. 1-2 coming. Nimmo takes low and in. 2-2. G. Bo gave the Reds an inning and a third in relief, and now Sessa pitching in the 7th. Well, Bassett has gone the distance for the Mets. It looks like he will still be trucking in the 8th. Like the do-not man.
He's gone 11 games of 6 innings. Now, this is his 5th game at 7. He's probably going to 8. He's been going deep.
With the off day on Thursday, he'll get an extra day of rest before his next start against the Phillies on Sunday. Tomorrow, it'll be Carlos Carrasco for the Mets in Game 2 of this series. Begins at 6:30 tomorrow night on SNY.
Going for number 12. 13. Carlos. You go.
This is it was a formidable rotation before. Now, my goodness,
It's
everybody stays
Come on.
healthy. Yep, with those 2 horses at the front, and then Bassett and Carrasco and Walker. 3-2 now to Nimmo. Then you got Tyler McGill on the horizon as a potential multiple inning reliever.
I would bring Bassett out.
Let's get one more start at least.
The bullpen will be ready just in case, but I bring Bassett out. You gotta save the
He
bullpen.
might be available to work out of the bullpen.
If you can get away with it against the Reds, I'd rather get away with it against the Reds than worry about the Phillies coming up. You gotta save the bullpen as much as possible.
3-2.
And Nimmo strikes out. Nice pitch by Sessa.
For his first strikeout, 2 out.
Sessa's got a good breaking ball. You know, he hasn't had much success this year. Probably hangs it a lot. It's one of those nights where he's got it working.
So 2 out of nobody on. Now Starling Marte provided the keynote tonight. A 2-run homer in the first inning, his 12th of the year. Mets have been in front ever since.
Yeah, but that's the Marlins who has a better lineup than the Reds.
He checks the swing and takes a slider for a strike. And Sessa really featuring his slider tonight.
Come on. Nice little solo home run ball would be nice. Yeah, struggling a little bit, but you know what? I'd rather struggle against the Reds, who are a bad team, than struggling against a good team who can beat us very easily if we play like this.
7 in first games of series this year. It's a 794 winning percentage. I mean,
But Matt, you gotta understand, that was 6 weeks ago when Bassett was really pitching bad. Again, the bullpen's going to be ready if Bassett gets in trouble.
Then taking that first game of the series.
No question.
Here's Spectrum Mobile high-speed hitting. Marte's home run, the hardest hit ball in this game.
You know, I must say, when they flashed the Nathan's sign up on the stadium, on the banners, flavor of New York since 1916, the yellow colors, they really look great at night.
Saffron. Just wild about saffron.
I think it looks great. I think that's a great look.
It's not a bellow yellow.
It was Woodrow Wilson's administration.
1916.
I think. Yeah. Got us into World War I. That's right. Woodrow.
League of Nations.
Also, his first guy to Texas.
Marte pops it up.
Shallow right field.
Should be an easy out, and it is.
Makes the catch.
Mets didn't get another run. Still 3-1. Bassett is coming back on the mound for the Mets. Mets got a 3-1 lead going to the top of the 8th. I don't mind this move at all. You're gonna have the bullpen ready to go just in case. Might as well save the bullpen a little bit more if you can. And if you do that, you do that. Now you don't have to use anybody in your bullpen. Maybe you'll only even have to put Diaz in. You might put somebody else to save him for an extra day. And I don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. So once again, guys, we are going to the top of the 8th. Mets lead 3-1. Mets had multiple chances to blow open this game, but did not. Reds are sticking around in the game with a 2-run deficit. Bassett is coming back out for the 8th inning and see what he can do there. Let's see if Bassett can pitch through the 8th and save our bullpen a little bit more. Christian, yes. Sessa was a draft pick by the Mets. The Mets released him. I think he went to multiple teams before the Yankees picked him up, and then he was traded, and then now he's a Red. So once again, guys, going to the 8th, we're going to make sure you hit on that like button if you haven't already. Probably not going to get to 150 likes today, but that's okay. Get the average in around 180 to 190 viewers today, which is not bad on a Monday night. I'll take it. Yes, Christian. Yes. That's right. 2015. That's right. So, Bassett is out there. Top of the 8th. Votto's leading off.
The fielder's choice was hit by a pitch his last time up.
Sorry, Ken. Unfortunately, you can't. 96 pitches for Bassett.
Another curveball. This one's yanked foul. He took out his first base coach. The Shields had to maneuver out of the way. A lot of the Shields, who was once traded for Pedro Martinez, straight up. And everybody said,
come on, Chris, let's go.
Trade. They got an everyday star.
Strike 2, nice pitch.
Skinny reliever. By the way, speaking of Pedro, yesterday, Edwin Diaz had a 3-strikeout inning. His brother, who pitches for the Reds, had a 3-strikeout inning.
Oh, where is that pitch?
Just missed 2-2. The last
that pitch is right down the middle.
3-strikeout inning on the same day.
Oh my God!
Pedro.
Freaking umpires, man! What the hell?
Ramon.
Watch game day. Look where that pitch was. Right down the middle. Waist high. I don't get it.
I understand that. 2-2. And that just missed.
Oh my
And
God!
now a full count to Votto.
Look where that pitch
I thought
was.
The pitch prior was a strike.
Jesus. All right. Buck's going to the phone right now.
Bassett now at 100 pitches for the night. Donovan Solano on
Ridiculous.
deck. 3-2 to Votto leading off the 8th. Nobody knows the strike zone better than Votto. And he
Pops it up.
Shallow left.
Should be 1 out.
Easy for Naquin.
1 out.
1 out. Let's check in with the studio, see what's coming up.
Yeah,
on
Jonathan.
PointsBet
Catch the
Postgame
Braves.
Live. Steve Gelbs has abandoned us tonight for the studio. You take it away, Steve.
You're like the Diaz family, guys, where I got half my suit here with post-game, and what, am I not here, Gary? It's all about Gills. Go ahead. Coming up on PointsBet post-game live, all
One
out
out, one out.
the seal of approval. We're going to have to find out. I'll ask Keith, but Bassett was really good. Guys, I miss you.
Now, it wasn't that we sabotaged Steve's microphone. It really wasn't.
No, and we didn't.
I mean, we'd rather have Steve here with us.
And we didn't ignore Todd. We were not told that Todd was at the desk with Steve.
Well, we're accustomed to having Todd in the studio, but it's a little jolting, a little jarring to have our compatriot Steve wearing a jacket and tie in the studio.
I think
Michael Gibbons up in the Mets
I
bullpen.
think Steve is kind of gearing up for the Jet season.
Oh, is that what it is?
All right,
Practicing
Gibbons is
in
warming up.
studio work?
Strike two. Come on.
1-2 to Donovan Solano.
Just a brilliant game by pitch by Bassett.
1-2 coming.
Strike three. Nice pitch. 2 outs.
Bassett strikes out Solano
Nice.
for the second time. That's 7 Ks down for Bassett. And one more hound. 2 out and nobody on.
Jonathan, true, you are hot, but
Way
you don't
out.
face pitching like you do
Jake
with the
Friendly
Mets.
with 2 out. And he takes the fastball down.
The Braves were hot too, and the Mets pitching shut them down. So,
Being at the moon.
and and you will be facing Scherzer and DeGrom in that series. So, good luck.
Get some tetracycline.
all right, Chris, let's go. One more out for you.
1-1 Fraley. Well, Bassett's been hounding the Reds all night. Curveball misses, and it's 2-1. 110
And he
pitches is
created-
his
let's
high
hope
for
not.
this year. 116 is his career high. He's at 108 right now.
And he wants to close this out.
Trying to get through the 8th inning for the second time this year.
Wants this inning.
Come on, Chris, finish it up.
And Fraley
Strike
slices
two.
one foul.
All right.
Now it's 2-2. 28,000 plus on hand, imploring Bassett to get through the 8th.
Come on, Chris. His 110 pitch of the night.
Fraley drove the crowd's wrath. Two-two.
Ball three.
Bounces the slider, and it's 3-2. Probably the last batter for Bassett either way.
They did, Jonathan. But it's not even about that blown 7-run lead. It's just that the Mets got all their pitching back, and it's very hard to score multiple runs against them. It really is. Ground ball up the middle. Shit.
So Fraley with his second.
Is he
going
gonna
to
keep him Bassett?
Going for the Reds, they'll get the tying run to bat with Aquino coming up.
All right, tying run at the plate.
Buck Showalter ready to make a move.
Not so sure.
No, apparently not. He's sending Hefner out.
He wants.
Oh. Let Hefner come out, giving Bassett one more batter.
Anything can happen in this game. This is not a team that hits home runs.
Well, Aquino's a home run hitter.
But he's only got 3. He's also hitting on the interstate.
When Aquino came up in 2019, he had 205 at bats.
Well,
and hit
we beat
19
you without outfield team, Jonathan. Come on, you can't say it like that.
189.
I mean, we had Trevor Williams
3 home runs.
in the starting rotation when we faced you guys. Wasn't good.
Gibbons
Wasn't
stays in
pretty.
the bullpen,
All right, Chris Bassett getting one more batter here.
pushing his limits.
Dangerous power hitter in Aquino.
Tying run at the plate in a 3-1 game.
This will definitely
I don't think
be
we are
his
facing
last
both
man.
of them. I'm not sure. Maybe Wheeler, but I don't think Syndergaard. I could be
Fly
wrong
ball to
though.
left and a soft liner to second. And a swing
Nice
and
pitch,
miss.
strike one.
And a cutter to start him off, 0-1. The Mets have gotten some amazing starting pitching over the last month and a half, and Get another one tonight from Bassett.
Strike 2. All right.
Outside corner with a fastball through 95.
Yeah, that was Max with the Dodgers. Don't worry about that.
To the 9 on pitch number 113.
But your defense is going to hurt you in the long run. Come on, Chris. Got him. Yes. 8 innings, 1 run for Chris Bassett. Was not easy. 114 pitches for Chris Bassett. 8 innings of really tough Bulldog pitching. It wasn't easy for sure. You know, got screwed on a couple of calls, but let that be what it is. A couple of infield hits that kind of got him in trouble in a couple of innings. But, man, Chris Bassett, 8 innings, 1 run, saving the bullpen. And now Buck has the opportunity to put anybody he wants in the 9th inning. Could it be Diaz to save the game? Could it be Givens? Could it be Lugo? Could it be May? We'll see. But, listen, always a good pitcher when they don't have great stuff. And let's be honest, Bassett didn't have his breaking ball thrown for strikes as much. But he bared down and got the job done. And that's exactly what a good pitcher does. And Bassett pitched well today. Not as good as we probably seen him, but he definitely pitched good, and you can't ask for anything more. 8 innings, 1 run. Ken, I think you're not going to get your wish. I think Givens is going to come in his game in the 9th. I mean, honestly, I throw Diaz out there. Get the first game of the series. I always love winning the first game of the series. And then, you know what? Let's hope you don't need Diaz in the next 2 games. And that's about it. Once again, guys, you just tuned in. Don't forget to please hit on that like button. We are going to the bottom of the 8th. Chris Bassett with a big Bulldog performance. 8 innings, 114 pitches. He wanted that 8th inning. Nobody was taking him out. But, like I said, didn't have his great stuff, but found a way to get it done. But, man, I'm very curious what Buck's going to do for the 9th inning. Hey, maybe the Mets will score a couple of more runs and make it a lot easier. Maybe you could throw anybody you want out there. No big arms. If you score a couple of runs here, give us a little bit of a break. Jonathan, which one? I went to Friday and I went to both the doubleheader on Saturday. Oh man, it was electric, Jonathan, no doubt. It was insane how loud it was. It was just the tomahawk chants. It was beautiful. As a Philly fan, I think you can appreciate that. Getting on the Braves. All right, bottom of the 8th. Francisco Lindor leading off. 3-4-5 for the Mets. Let's get a couple more runs here.
Appearance in the big leagues this year. It was 36 games last year with the Reds. Is a hard 0 for 2 tonight. He's lined out to the second baseman his first time up. He walked.
Ottavino's warming up, so Ottavino might be getting the 9th. Oh, the doubleheader was great. It was fucking hot, though. Man, I sweat my ass off during those games. I sweat through my shirt, my hat, my jersey, my shorts, everything. It was bad. There was no breeze, nothing. It was just pure heat. Even at night, no breeze, just muggy. But you know what? I love baseball, so I'm just gonna sit there and take it. Oh yeah, the trumpets are great. It's one of the best entrances that I ever seen. Like, it's insane how crazy it is. I mean, it helps that he's actually pitching well. Yeah, Sandman was good with Rivera, but it wasn't the banger like the trumpets are. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Sandman was pretty cool, but this is just on a whole nother level. Like they turn up that music a lot, a lot louder than anything else. All right, Francisco Lindor, 3-1 count. Nice pitch, 3-2.
For a strike, it was 3-2. In the ninth, the Reds will have 8-9 and 1 in the order. Barrero, Piercy, and Almora duo. And remember, they have just about completed their bench. They have lost it while they're back in catcher and nobody else.
And Lindor strikes out, loses the bat. 1 out.
Badly fooled by Hendricks as he strikes out. 1 out of the 8th. You ever see this happen anymore? Just see hitters lose their bats far more often. I don't know why that is, but it's something that almost never happens anymore.
Yeah, exactly. The Yankee strikeout song.
Over time, Brian Helicop bring bats into the stands with regularity.
I must say that
Listen, the trumpet song would suck if Diaz wasn't pitching well. So
Alonso is over
let's
3.
be happy that he's pitching well.
He takes a fastball that just
Come on, Pete.
missed ball 1.
So Ottavino is warming up for the ninth.
Reds got solid relief work out of Jimbo.
Well, I think everybody would, honestly.
Retire 8 in a row.
It would shut him up real quick for at least one game.
Matching a season high by going 8 innings. 1-1 Alonso. This really you guys played in the mid-80s.
Okay, David, you must be a Yankee fan.
Pitching stuff. Each guy feeding off the one before. That's now with their.
If you don't think the Mets are a good team, you're just a trolling ass. That's basically what you are. You're just not paying attention. You know, they were supposed to be the June swoon that David probably talked about. So, yeah. Come on. You know, wait until the Yankees come to town or come into Citi Field. Oh, wait until the Braves come. We keep on hearing the same thing. Jonathan, I don't even know. I really don't know. Like, I was not expecting this at all. Okay, David, but you're saying the Mets are not a good team. That's a moronic statement. That's all it is. Like, give credit where credit is due. This is why I can't stand certain fans. Like, even Jonathan is given, who's a huge Phillies fan, is giving respect to the Mets, how good they've been. You can be a fan of another team and still give credit to another team. If you can't do that, then are you really a baseball fan? All right, 2 outs.
Strikeouts for Hendricks to start the bottom of the 8th.
tough night for Pete. 2 strikeouts.
A crappy playing Braves team. Really? They're one of the best teams in baseball over the last 3 months. Every time they face in the Mets, they're the hottest team in baseball. And then they just can't beat the Mets. Come on. That's just a typical fan that just doesn't like the Mets. Again, Dave, you sound as salty as Strider was crying about the balls and strikes and getting lucky hits. Like, that's not baseball. Every team in baseball gets lucky hits. I mean, come on.
Reds scored their run at the top of the 4th.
Yeah, exactly, Jonathan. Like, you can be a baseball fan and give respect where respect is due. Like, I haven't talked crap about the Phillies because they've been playing well.
There he is, Garrett Soldier. Maybe something distracting him.
Okay, yeah, the Phillies have played well. But what does that have to do with the Mets and the Braves?
You know what? I changed it.
Like, last time I checked, the Mets have been playing the same teams as the Phillies and the same teams as the Braves. What does that really mean? I just don't get it. It's not like we've been playing different teams.
It is an unearned run, and it's an assist for Escobar, an error on Alonso allowing India to reach.
Again, if you don't think the Braves, Phillies, or the Mets are a good team, I don't know what you're talking about. And if you're a Philly, I don't know what you are, David, a Phillies fan, whatever you are. But, I mean, are the Yankees a good team because they've been playing bad since the All-Star break? Yeah, they're a good team. Like, you play the team on your schedule. You can't help that. And every time the Braves have come into faced the Mets in the series, they've been one of the hottest teams in baseball. They can't beat the Mets. Deal with it. Yeah, the Yankees are going to get blown up against Seattle. Vogelback, that's a double. Oh, yeah. 2-out double for Vogelback. That big motherfucker.
Digging for second, and he arrives standing with a 2-out double.
Why are we foulable past the first round? We have the best starting rotation in baseball with Scherzer and DeGrom. I just don't understand. David, who's your team? Because I'm confused. You talked about every team except the team you root for. I don't get it. Phillies, Braves. I don't get it. I mean, you come on the Mets channel and troll the Mets. Like I just don't understand that. There's no reason to hate on the Mets. Just give them credit and shut your mouth. Yeah, Jonathan, exactly. Like anybody can beat anybody. It's just who's hot at the right time. But you come on here and saying the Mets are not a good team. Like they played a team that wasn't playing well. What? The Braves were playing really well before they played the Mets. Just because the Braves sucked in that series, you got to give credit to the Mets. No?
Here's McNeil trying to get that extra run in.
Yep. Hey.
Bassett goes 8-11. Another run on 8 hits. 2 walks, 8 strikeouts.
Nobody's saying the Phillies are the worst team. Davey, whatever you're smoking, bring me some because you're not paying it. Oh, and Jeff McNeil just got hit by a pitch. Ouch, that hurt. Like, David, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, who's saying the Phillies are a bad team? Nobody said that. The Phillies are not better than the Mets. They're not. Your defense still sucks. Robertson was an excellent pickup for your bullpen, but your bullpen is still an issue. And you got Syndergaard, who is a number 3 at best, and he's a good pitcher. Average, but can be good. I think Will is your best pitcher. Nola, I still have questions about. But who said the Phillies are a bad team? Nobody. All I'm saying is that you can't say the Mets are a bad team just because you're an asshole Philly fan. Like, Jonathan's a really good a really diehard Phillies fan, but he's reasonable. And he understands that they're like, I just don't get it. All right, Tyler, let's see if we can get a 2-out hit here. The Mets are vastly delusional than the Phillies, who have the worst defense that I've ever seen in my life over the last year. And nobody's saying the Phillies ain't playing well, but what does that mean? Like, it has nothing to do with the Mets right now until we face each other. That's it.
I just can't figure it out right now.
Naquin swings with a back foot slider, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, you know, David thinks that the Phillies have no flaws. They're the best team in baseball. Like, that's what they're thinking. Like, it is possible that 3 NL East teams are going to make the playoffs. That's great for the NL East, for everybody who said that the NL East is not good. Yet they are.
Side 2-1.
I heard from Marco. All right, let's see if the Mets can get a 2-out run here.
What David Bell is on about. What's he arguing? Do you have any idea, Keith?
They aren't there yet. Okay. They got the second best record in baseball. They haven't had DeGrom the whole year. They missed Scherzer for 7 weeks. And we had Trevor Williams in our rotation for the majority of the year. What do you mean we haven't been injured? I just don't understand it. And we just got DeGrom back, who is the best pitcher in baseball when he's healthy. I don't get it. I mean, David, if you're not going to give credit to the Mets. You're a Phillies fan. That's fine. Root for your team. But stop trolling the Mets like you're not a good team. Like you're just delusional. You really are. Naquin, get out. Yeah, go. That's 2 runs. Yeah. That's a 2 RBI triple by Naquin. Yes. That's the insurance runs that we need. Beautiful. 5-1 Mets. Okay, that's when Harper comes back. That's fine.
Against
But
the team that
when
traded
Harper
him
comes back in
away
September,
less than 2
and what
weeks
did you
ago,
say, late August, early
Naquin
September?
went off the wall for a
How many
2-run
games the Phillies are going to be out of
triple
first
to dump the
place?
Mets lead.
Again, it's not about first place for the Phillies. You got to make the playoffs. You still got to pass over the Braves before you even worry about the Mets. Worry about the Braves before you worry about the Mets.
Gets the barrel on it. Pino just didn't race back to the wall. He drifted, and then that was it.
No, they're not even. They're barely in the top 10 in baseball. The
Didn't
Phillies.
get there.
Look, the Phillies got a good offense, but again, the Braves had a really good offense, and they couldn't touch Mets pitching. Why do we expect the Phillies to hit a lot of pitching, the Mets pitching, when they're a big home run hitting team?
This is what the Mets have done all year. They're very good at it. Late in the game, they add on, they tack on runs. And that's breathe a little easier.
Wait, David, you came on my channel and start complaining about the Mets. All right, David, go to a Phillies channel. I can't. You're just retarded. Like, you're not making no sense. At least Jonathan understands like typical baseball. Like, come on, like you're just being a dick. Like, you come on my channel talking shit about the Mets. Nobody came on his non-existent channel and talked about the Phillies. The Phillies are not my problem until we face them. You can be as good as you want, but if the Mets keep winning, you're not catching them. It's just that simple. All right, so it's 5-1 Mets, a triple for Naquin. And James, I never said I didn't like the Naquin deal. Like, it was a bench piece. Oh, Ken, you missed it. A guy named David, who's a Phillies fan, saying that the Mets are delusional. Come on, James. Look, I think a lot of people forget that Naquin was a really good player his rookie year and his second year, but injuries kind of, stopped his growth. He's a really good player if he's healthy. Yeah, Jonathan, I know you like the bust balls, but just think, like, you're realistic. Like, he can't come on the channel and be like, the Mets are a bad team or the Mets are delusional. How? Like, that doesn't even make sense. We have the second best record in baseball. Like, how are we losing? Look, the downfall of the Phillies is the defense, and I do think they got a good top of the rotation. But again, they can have all the offense they want. The Braves did, and they couldn't touch Mets pitching the entire game, the entire series, except for the 2 innings against Walker. Other than that. Yeah, I honestly don't worry about no team. Like, when you're in first place, all you got to do is win the team you're facing. That's it. Yeah, I know, Jonathan, but it's like, it's just stupid. It's like, you're clearly not making no sense. Like, he was telling me that I was saying that the Phillies are a bad team. Nobody said that. How can I say the Phillies are a bad team when they're like, what are they, 12, 13 games over 500? And they're in a playoff spot? They're not a bad team. They're a good team, but they got flaws, just like every other team. I'm not happy with the trade deadline. James, before any production, you could not been happy about the trade deadline the Mets have. The difference is they've been productive. And nobody can say that Vogelback, Ruff, and Naquin were good players. They're solid additions, but nobody thought they were going to do this much damage early on. Come on. James McCann hits one. It should be 3 outs. All right, so going to the top of the ninth, the Mets got a couple more runs to give a 5-1 lead. Bassett's on the verge of winning. Adam Ottavino's coming in to close out the game to give the Mets another win and a Bassett win and add a half a game total to the Braves' deficit to 7 games and 7.5 in the 8 games in the loss column. Love it. Well, Joe, that's the thing. Like I was saying before, in the pregame, I said it just like this. I said, look, there was a lot of Mets fans, including myself, that thought the Mets needed a big bat. But maybe what Epler did was the right bats and the right players at the right time. Not the bats we were all expecting, But the same way the Braves didn't make get a big couple of bats, they got Soler, Duvall, and Rosario, who were quality hitters, but nothing to go crazy about. I mean, and Soler, excuse me, they didn't, they weren't world beaters when they got them, but it was the right players at the right time. They needed an outfield after the Acuna injury. They didn't have no outfield, so they got outfielders who were quality bats, but nobody expected them to do what they were going to do in the postseason. That's nearly impossible. And they got the right players at the right time. Maybe Epler, got the right players at the right time for the Mets. We're not going to know that until the Mets make the postseason. I don't care how good they do in the season. If they don't perform in the playoffs, it wouldn't be a good trade deadline. Just that simple. Well, you could say the Padres didn't need a big deadline deal. I wasn't saying to get Soto, but let's be honest. You don't think a guy like Contreras or Drury or another big bat that you can think of? Like, yeah, but Jonathan, the Braves have heat up for the last 3 months now. They can't beat the Mets. Every time. They were a half a game out when we went to Atlanta. Everybody thought it was the end-all, be-all for the Mets. That was it. The Braves were going to take over. Mets took 2 out of 3. The Mets were 3.5 games up when they came to town, the city, for a 5-game series. Oh, the Braves are going to win 4 out of 5. They lost 4 out of 5. They've been heating up for 4 months now. They can't beat the Mets. It's about time to give Mets credit. You know what I'm saying? All right, Ottavino on the mound to close out the game. Mets winning 5-1. Well, I always thought, no matter what the Padres do, the team still has to prove it in the postseason, and they've choked every time.
Save me every time. Ottavino worked in the first game of the doubleheader Saturday, went an inning in the third. Barrero loops one in the center.
All right, that's a base hit to lead off the night.
So the Reds have the leadoff man on.
Yeah, but you know what? The Mets are not going to have to worry about the Braves. You know what I'm saying? They can get knocked off in the NLDS or the wild card round. The Mets are most likely going to have one of the buys. So, somebody can knock off the Braves, somebody can knock off the Phillies or the Cardinals, So
Barrero is aboard. He's already stolen a base tonight, and I'm not likely to be doing that.
James, of course you're going to say an excellent trade deadline now because the guys are performing. But you cannot say Vogelback, Ruff, and Naquin. Nobody thought of those names for the Mets before they got it. So it wasn't a good deadline. It wasn't. Just because they're performing well doesn't mean that it was a good deadline. Sometimes a GM gets lucky. You know what I'm saying? This wasn't even a Cespedes move. Let's be honest. They didn't want to spend any big prospects, and that's okay. But you can't say the day of the trade deadline that you were okay with that. It's just, of course, you're going to say that now, and that should be at least 1 out, and it is 1 out, man on second. Again, if the Mets don't win the World Series this year, and it's because of the guys that they got didn't perform when they needed to in the postseason, you can care less about some guys in the farm system you could have gave up for a big bat. I'm just saying. Yeah, Michael, exactly. But again, the Mets could have made a big trade. They didn't want to give up any prospects. The whole idea of the majority of your prospects, except for maybe 1 or 2 of them, are to make big trades when your team is really good. The Mets didn't do that. And that could bite them in the ass in the postseason. But James, what does that mean for this year? Absolutely nothing. If the Mets don't win the World Series this year, great. We'll see Alvarez and Beatty this year. Is Alvarez and Beatty going to be the difference between a World Series next year? We don't know that. We don't know how they're going to perform. Next year is never guaranteed. That's what I always say. You win when you can. And you know what? Everyone's like, oh, but we're gonna be we're gonna have a good farm system. You want to be sustainable for the next 4 or 5 years. Okay, sustainable. If you don't win a World Series, what are you sustaining? Just playoff appearances? I don't want playoff appearances only. I want a World Series. You can't win multiple until you win one. That's just my motto. And I'm not saying giving up Alvarez or Beatty for crap. But you could have gave up Vientos, who the Mets still don't want to bring up, by the way. You could have gave up
Treasured so
an
dear.
8th prospect, a 9th prospect, who are not going to be up for the next couple of years.
He wants to celebrate with someone.
And the Mets had the best draft class according to MLB Pipeline.
Who do I
So
hunt?
you're replenishing your farm system that you would have had to trade away.
Now, Boy just got a piece of that fastball. It's
James?
really back.
I hope nobody.
Jim Valvano racing around the court when they won the national championship. Who wants to hug me? Who wants to hug me?
Well, Ken, it's not you this time. But Ken, even you can agree. Even if the Mets didn't give up, like you were on board about keeping the prospects. 0-2 count, ground ball, should be 2 outs, and it is. Ken, like you can even understand that. Okay, the Mets didn't give up their prospects. You were happy about that, but you clearly couldn't have said the Mets may have had a good trade deadline before these guys performed. Like, of course you can say that now. Every guy contributed in the Brave series, but when they first made those trades, nobody was, waving their Mets flag like, "Oh, what a great trade deadline." No, you can't say that. That's not true. Anthony, I agree. It's been over 30 years for the Mets to win a World Series. How about winning one and worry about a sustainable team after that? I just don't understand it. Do you want to be the Yankees making the playoffs every year and can't get out of the first round? Or do you want a team that gets over the hump, win a World Series, and still has the best owner in baseball who can spend the most money and still do it? No, but Ken, you also understood the fact that nobody was really happy with the deadline. Like, honestly, you weren't. Like, even you expected them to get another bullpen arm or two. Like,
there have only been 85 times this year in Major League Baseball that a pitcher's got 8 or more innings. 10 of the 85 belong
yeah,
to one
exactly.
pitcher.
But, the Marlins are a nagging team. We all know that. But you know what? The Mets took care of the Marlins this year. I don't know the Phillies' record against the Marlins, but I don't think the Marlins have been good in the NLs this year. All right, 2-0 with 2 outs, 5-1 lead for the Mets.
Takes a slider for a strike, so after 2 sliders well out of the strike zone, Ottavino finds the range. See that a lot with them. His first couple of sliders sometimes are wild, and then he
yeah, but why does everybody think that being competitive means your prospects are going to turn out? Because guess what? If the prospects don't turn out, then what? You got to spend money anyway. So, oh, where was that pitch?
Somewhere. All that one declining to call that a strike, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, Jonathan, I never think it's going to be the walk in the park. I'm wearing orange and blue. It's never a walk in the park. Ever. Ever, ever, ever.
Holdings had a pretty good game tonight. He missed that one. Ottavino behind 3-1. And Senzel takes
And that's a ball.
4. And the game continues. And now the Reds need
Well,
one
I mean,
more base
James,
runner
just
to
think,
get the tie
Andrew
right
Chafin,
back.
the Mets could try to get, but if you didn't want to give anybody in your top 10 list or even, a top 15 prospect, well, you're not getting them. And again, if Joely Rodriguez pitches like crap in the bullpen and we lose because we didn't have a left-hander that was actually any good, well, guess what? I'm glad you're going to hold on to those prospects because now we have to wait until next year to try to win it over. And there's no guarantee the Mets are going to have a better year next year than they did this year. But they're not bringing them up, James. Alvarez, Vientos, they didn't bring nobody up except for Plummer. I mean, it doesn't make no sense. So your argument now about calling up the farm system, they're not doing it for depth. The only thing they're doing is bringing up Peterson back and forth and Medina and Lopez for relievers. That's it. Beatty just got promoted to AAA. Strike 2, 0-2 count. One more strike and the Mets win. Come on.
And now it's 0-2, and the Reds are down to their final strike. What is that 2-run triple by Tyler Daquin? Yep. In the bottom of the 8th little stars.
And that's what the Mets do. James close. They've been able to tack on late.
0-2 to Matt Reynolds.
All right, let's put this game in the books. Foul ball.
96 from Ottavino. A little extra on it to try and finish off Reynolds. The Mets were in Cincinnati last month.
Agree, Anthony.
Shortstop.
But that doesn't mean, James, you couldn't better the team.
Pounds to all those pinstripes.
Jonathan, that's funny. I think that's every baseball team now, every fan base. Honestly, some of them.
Guerrero at third, Senzel at second with
Come on, Adam.
2 to Reynolds.
Oh, where was that pitch? Jesus Christ.
1-2. If Reynolds could keep it going, Joey Votto would be next.
Oh, you don't want to put the tie and run on.
Two from Ottavino.
Got him. Put it in the books. Mets win another game, gain a half a game on the Braves and the Phillies. We got a 7-game lead, 8-game in the loss column. Nice to see the Mets. Well, you know, it wasn't pretty, but found a way to win. That's all you can ask for. Once again, the Mets scored 5 runs. Reds scored 1. 5-1 Mets take game 1 of the series. I love taking game 1 of a series always. Magic number is 46. I love it. 32 games over 500. You know, the Mets aren't that good. 32 games over 500. Sorry, they are. But like I was saying earlier, guys, with the whole thing, it's just the fact that it's not about worrying about, and look, you want to keep certain prospects. Understandable. But the Mets are 71-39, 32 games over 500. Why does anybody think the Mets are going to be just as good next year? What happens if the Mets can't sign Chris Bassett? What if Jacob deGrom is another year older? Max Scherzer is another year older. The Mets have nobody in their farm system to help that rotation out. You know what I'm saying? And it's like there's another year of Marte getting older playing the outfield. Who knows about if the Mets can sign Nimmo? You got Canna for another year. You got Escobar for another year. You know, you got the best rotation in baseball right now who are up there in age. There's no guarantee you're going to have seasons like this again from these pitchers. And the year you have from Alonso and McNeil coming back. You do what you have to do to win. You think the Cubs give a damn about Gleyber Torres for Chapman when everybody told them not to do it? You want them to give back that world championship? Nobody would. But stop worrying about a sustainable future. How about winning one World Series first and then worry about multiple? That's the biggest thing. You got Diaz, who's having the best year as a Met, best closer in baseball. You got 2 of the best starters in baseball, and you're going to play games with this team? Be careful. Because the same Met fans right now in this chat that are saying, oh, but we keep in our farm system are going to be the same ones complaining when we lose in the NLCS or the World Series because we didn't get that one bullpen arm, or Vogelback, Nate Quinn, or Ruff couldn't get it done in the playoffs. And then what you're going to say? Oh, we kept our farm system? Stop prospect hugging when you don't necessarily have to. You got, if these prospects don't work out, the ones you're counting on, guess what? Now you got to spend money to replace them. It's just that simple, guys. Remember, worry about this year before you worry about next year, because next year is never given. I can probably guarantee you the Mets are not going to be 71-39 after 110 games next year. And then what you're going to say when we're trying to fight for a division and make the playoffs again? No year is ever guaranteed. Until you realize that, you're going to have that Wilpon mentality, and you're going to keep on worrying about that. James, how about winning multiple World Series? I love it, but guess what? You got to win one before you win multiple. How about worrying about one before you win multiple? You haven't won one in over 30 years. How about winning one? Let's do that. No, Plexi, because people are pissing me off. Like, they're saying, oh, let's be a sustainable team. Come on. Why can't we be a sustainable team? Do we need the farm system to be sustainable? No. Last time I checked, the Padres are giving every prospect away. The Dodgers have been giving prospects left and right. signing people. Last time I checked, the Dodgers are sustainable, right? They've been sustainable franchise for the last 10, 12 years, making the playoffs almost every year, finally getting a World Series in 2020. How about winning one World Series before you worry about multiple? Let me ask you something. You don't think the Phillies will want to win multiple World Series? But guess what? Jonathan, would you take that World Series away? Or would you want a farm system? I mean, you don't have to give your entire farm system to make the right moves. James, you can disagree, but you'll be the first one to be pissed off when the Mets don't win a World Series. And then next year, when the Mets aren't 32 games over 500 and they may be 15, 16 games over 500. Listen, every year you have a draft, right? How about drafting well so you can actually trade certain prospects? And look, the Mets had the best draft class according to MLB Pipeline this year. Two of the guys that they drafted in the first round are going to be in their top 10, guaranteed. So you could have traded your number 7 or number 8, maybe even 9 prospect. You could have even traded Vientos to get that big bullpen arm that you needed, which they do need, by the way. I mean, come on, guys. You haven't won since 86. Stop it. You think the Royals give a damn when they had to make certain trades and draft well? They went for it in 2015. And they won a World Series. You think they're going to give that back? And they're in a rebuild mode. The Mets never have to worry about rebuilding because they got the money. Yeah, James, I don't want to hear about the... Okay, but, all right. You're talking about that. But look at the trades they made. Who's the big guys that were winning these games? Paul O'Neill. Martinez. All these guys were trades. Big guys that helped them win World Series. Luis Sojo. Come on. It wasn't just about the core 4. You know, what about all the other pitches they had? You know, who are you talking about in the rotation? Andy Pettitte? You want to name the other guys in that starting rotation? But name a team that brought up like the core 4. All right, so here, put it this way. Your core 4 on the Mets, Jeff McNeil, Pete Alonso, right? You want to keep going? Jacob deGrom, right? You want to talk about the core? Your core that was in your farm system finally came up. McNeil, Nimmo, Alonso, Jacob deGrom. There's your 4, right? Those are your big boys on this team, right? Not saying they're the caliber of the Yankees core 4, but that's your core. You brought those guys up. You got to win with those guys now before you have to pay them all. I mean, come on. You got to understand that. Like, again, the same people that, yeah, but he's saying the core 4 is the only reason why the Yankees won. But yeah, Paul O'Neill and Tino Martinez were the really big reason why they helped win those games. How about David Justice? He wasn't a core 4, was he? Who hit that big home run against the Braves, right? Come on. It's funny. Like, look, the same people that are complaining about the farm system are the same people. The Mets don't win it, are going to complain why they didn't win it, but are still going to prospect hug. There's no guarantee about next year. There's no guarantee that Beatty, Alvarez, Vientos, Mauricio are going to be good. There's no doubt about it. Once again, guys, I really do appreciate it. Mr. Delightful You, thank you for being a member. And I'll see you guys next time. When I do a live stream, I'll see you most likely on Thursday for Mets Talk Live for the Mets off day. I'll see you guys next time. Everybody have a good night. The Mets won 5-1. Took game 1 of the series against the Reds. Let's take the series tomorrow. I'll see you guys next time. Everybody have a good night. Let's go Mets. See you next time, guys.